understood could expedite the process of capital expansion under a legal framework established at the state level and controlled by the US. So in other words, for my Marxist friends here, the direct forerunner of the OAS played a crucial role in sparking the process that shaped a trend of capital accumulation in the North and economic poverty in the center and south of the hemisphere. But of course, this discussion is for another panel or another conference. So later, the Commercial Bureau changed its name to the Pan American Union. The US kept leading Pan American conferences and also invading countries in the Americas during that period, and with a more careful approach in the 30s under the Good Neighbor policy. At the onset of the Cold War, the US pushed for a mutual defense agreement to consolidate influence in the region and counter the spread of communism, particularly from the Soviet Union. This agreement, known as the Rio Treaty, stipulated that if any foreign power attacked the countries in the Americas that had signed it, they would unite and collectively resist the aggression, of course, militarily. The OAS, and this is important, was founded 1 year later in 1948, primarily as a decision-making forum for implementing this treaty, for implementing the Rio Treaty. Naturally, to maintain a permanent diplomatic forum, it was necessary to enhance it with additional mandates, such as fostering economic development, promoting democracy, peace, justice, and so on. As a critical aspect of the founding of the OAS was the US acceptance, at least in writing, of the principles of sovereignty and non-intervention in the internal affairs of other member countries. This acknowledgement was considered a significant victory for Latin American nations that had been urging the US to embrace these principles since the early 20th century. However, as long as the OAS pursues goals of US superiority, achieving these principles will be challenging. The OAS was not merely a US initiative, but has consistently adapted to the US needs to strengthen its dominance in the region. Initially, it functioned as a platform to facilitate favorable business contracts for the US and draw investors to its member countries. Later, it transformed into a regional front to confront communism, while under the banner of ideals of self-determination and sovereignty. But soon, it became evident that these principles were dispensable. The case of Cuba is a primary example. The OAS remained silent during the US-sponsored Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba, which was an attempt to overthrow the Cuban government. Shortly after, the OAS expelled Cuba from the organization after Fidel Castro declared the country's alliance to Marxist-Leninist principles. This revealed that the non-interventionist commitment in the OAS Charter had ideological limitations. In essence, the OAS implied that hemispheric integration was contingent on supporting capitalism, especially capitalism favorable to the United States. The OAS helped in isolating Cuba. It voted to impose sanctions and further assisted the US by providing the legal basis through the Rio Treaty to impose a blockade on Cuba during the missile crisis. Meanwhile, the OAS was silent towards long-standing, openly oppressive regimes allied with the US, including the Somoza regime in Nicaragua, Stroessner in Paraguay, and Duvalier in Haiti. But not only are the OAS principles selectively implemented or respected, the organization itself also exhibits a broad and changeable nature, making it challenging to understand it and anticipate its moves. Its regulations are vague, and the Secretary General, who heads the organization, has almost unquestionable authority, even over member states. This gives the Secretary General significant power to dominate the most debated issues in the forum. Additionally, the OAS has been an incubator of all kinds of ideas and initiatives, primarily conforming to the key objectives of its main contributor, the US. For instance, the OAS served as the platform for introducing the Alliance for Progress in the 60s, an interventionist initiative designed to counteract the proliferation of communism in the region, and that ultimately contributed to the rise of dictatorships and the perpetuation of economic dependency in Latin America. Moreover, the concept of the Inter-American Development Bank was first conceived during an OAS meeting. And to fully grasp the intricacies of the OAS, it is important to understand its significant and somewhat disorganized growth over time. The OAS has established numerous bodies over the years, such as the Summit of the Americas, which in its inaugural meeting in the 90s or mid-90s, 1994, aimed to promote a free trade area of the Americas that would consolidate the Washington Consensus. This could have had disastrous consequences. On the other hand, the OAS also has bodies more favorable to public opinion, like the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Both entities are well regarded in our countries for their role in reporting human rights violations. This intricate network of interrelated bodies within the OAS, occasionally marked by contradictions, contributes to the organization's resilience, making it difficult to contest. Furthermore, this complexity has allowed the OAS to endure despite involvement in serious offenses against the sovereignty of multiple countries in the region. Taking this complexity into account, I would like to discuss the more recent OAS, our OAS right now, and please note that I will only address a fraction of its latest interventionist action, which are, of course, always aligned with US foreign policy. During the 1990s, the OAS continued its tradition of evolving along the US foreign policy paradigm. This shift led the OAS to prioritize the promotion of democracy. As a result, the organization established the Department of Electoral Cooperation and Observation, which has since carried out more than 200 electoral observation missions throughout the region. Today, the OAS has positioned itself as the leading authority on electoral integrity in the Americas. When countries in Latin America and the Caribbean hold elections, it is widely expected that they invite the OAS to observe in order to establish the legitimacy of the electoral process. This significant influence has provided the OAS with the capability to destabilize democracies without resorting to invasions, as the United States has done in the past within the region. In 2011, the OAS arbitrarily changed the results of the first round of Haiti's presidential elections. And in 2019, it played a direct role in unleashing a coup d'etat in Bolivia by falsely claiming that the presidential election results, which declared Evo Morales the winner, were fraudulent. In the aftermath, a far-right government took power in Bolivia and subsequently orchestrated 2 violent massacres targeting indigenous population. In both cases, Haiti and Bolivia, it was later discovered that the OAS misrepresented facts and undermined the democratic process. In my view, the role of the OAS in laying the foundation for the coup in Bolivia represents the most egregious crime by this organization in recent history. And it establishes a precedent that should not only place the entire region on alert, but also prompt a strong desire to reform within the organization. Now, I'm almost there. Now, as an anthropologist and considering the limited time at my disposal, I would like to zoom in and address the influential players within the OAS. Well, I'm convinced that the OAS suffers from a fundamental structural flaw tied to its inception. I also believe that we activist citizens, academics, can reduce damage if we identify where the power lies and push for accountability. And this power in the OAS is concentrated in the hands of the Secretary General, Luis Almagro. Throughout his 2 terms as Secretary General, Almagro has resurrected the Monroe Doctrine. Remember when Trump entertained the idea of invading Venezuela? Well, Almagro claims that he was the architect of US policy towards Venezuela. But Almagro has gone even further, turning the OAS into a hub for international right-wing Latin American politicians. His office serves as a central point for far-right figures in the region, and he uses the OAS apparatus to empower or rescue these individuals. Recently, he secured an OAS position for Ecuador's former president, Lenin investigations in his home country. Almagro also established a so-called pact of impunity with the former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernández, who is now imprisoned in New York on drug trafficking charges. Almagro supported Hernández's grip on power by sabotaging an OAS-sponsored commission investigating corruption in Honduras. Ultimately, Almagro has taken control of the entire organization by abusing various regulations and infiltrating all levels, even extending his influence to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which compromises its autonomy. And of course, Almagro played a crucial role in the coup d'etat in Bolivia, and even now, despite the abundance of evidence debunking the OAS falsehoods, Almagro continues to uphold the lie. It is worth noting that a group of Democratic Congress members recently sent a letter to US Secretary of State Antony Blinken calling for an investigation into Almagro's wrongdoings and other related issues. The crimes, or these crimes, are still fresh. And therefore, it is imperative to hold Almagro and the OAS accountable if we want to build an independent and sovereign future for the region. These actions by the OAS must be investigated and brought out of the obscurity which the organization promotes. We must demand reparations. The people of Bolivia who experience a fascist dictatorship and the people of Honduras who endure a violent narco state deserve that the OAS make amends for the harm it caused. Addressing these issues is key to paving the way for comprehensive reform of the OAS. This may involve rethinking the organization's structure, functions, and goals, relocating its headquarters, and adjusting the contributions of the member countries. Without these changes, the OAS will continue to prioritize US interests and empower a Latin American political class that is content with maintaining the region as the US backyard. In parallel, it is essential to strengthening alternative regional cooperation initiatives, such as the UNASUR, which already has an established headquarters and reinforces the formation of a South American region, or la CELAC, promotes a vision of unity and cooperation among Latin American and Caribbean countries. It is more likely that Latin Americas can break free from US interference if we work together and present a united front against attempts to subjugate the region. It is time to reclaim Bolivar's dream of a united and independent region that works together for the benefit of all its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Francisca. We're going to hear from Dr. Jemima Pierre. She is professor at UCLA, jointly appointed in the Department of African American Studies and the Department of Anthropology. She is also a research associate at the inaugural Center for the Study of Race, Gender, and Class at the University of Johannesburg. Her research and teaching interests are located in the overlaps between African studies and African diaspora studies and engage 3 broad areas: race and political economy, transnationalism and diaspora, and the cultural politics of knowledge production. A first-generation immigrant from Haiti, Dr. Pierre has also published extensively on the impacts of ongoing US imperialism in Haiti. She serves as a co-coordinator for the Haiti Americas team of Black Alliance for Peace. Let's welcome Dr. Jemima here.
Thank you all. I don't know. Is it on?
You should,
Is it? Oh,
yeah, it's on. You just move it forward.
okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm excited to be part of this conversation and to be with you, and to be speaking on behalf of the Black Alliance for Peace. In December 2019, President Donald Trump signed into law H.R. 2116, the Global Fragility Act. While this act was developed by the neoconservative and ironically titled the United States Institute for Peace, it was introduced to Congress by Democratic Representative Eliot Engel, then chair of the House Committees on Foreign Affairs, and co-sponsored by a bipartisan group of representatives. The Global Fragility Act represents a new set of strategies for deploying U.S. soft power in a changing world. It focuses U.S. foreign policy on the idea there are so-called fragile states, which are a threat to the U.S. because of their, quote, instability, extremism, conflict, and extreme poverty, end quote. Things which would lead, according to this act, to significant migration, which the U.S. wants to prevent. Therefore, the stated aim of the Global Fragility Act is to tackle the quote-unquote root causes of instability in fragile states. Hailed as landmark legislation and as a potential game changer in the world of U.S. foreign policy, the act seems to be a resetting of that policy in ways that shift tactics while maintaining the objectives and strategies of U.S. global domination. The act clearly articulates its main goal, to advance U.S. national security and interests, and to manage rival powers, and that is specifically Russia and China. In this sense, the Global Fragility Act, especially for governments and societies in the Western Hemisphere, seems to be a revamping of the Monroe Doctrine. One of the stated objectives of the Global Fragility Act is for the U.S. government to be proactive in preventing conflict and instability, preventing conflict, promoting stability in countries prone to violence, the support of locally driven political institutions. This is the language that the act uses to hide the legislation's real intentions, to rebrand U.S. imperialism by using a wide range of actors and resources, including neocolonial governments and their local and regional structures, to enact policies aimed at upholding U.S. global power. What is significant about this act is the way that it uses other nations to carry out its objectives, a point that I will come to later. In April 2022, the Biden-Harris administration affirmed its commitment to implementing the Global Fragility Act by issuing documents outlining a 10-point plan that will allow the integration and sequencing of U.S. diplomatic, development, and military-related efforts. Funding was allocated in the 2023 budget. The management of the Global Fragility Act formally brings together the U.S. Agency for International Development, its parent, the State Department, and the Department of Defense. There are 5 trial countries for the implementation of this act, and Haiti is the first. My comments today focus on one key point, that Haiti has been and continues to be the main laboratory for U.S. imperial machinations, both in the region and throughout the world. It is no surprise, therefore, that in the re-articulation of a new policy for maintaining global hegemony, the Global Fragility Act, Haiti is the first target. Without understanding this point, without seeing Haiti as the site of the longest and most brutal neocolonial experiment in the modern world, we cannot fully understand the workings of U.S. and Western hegemony. And if we cannot understand the full extent of U.S. hegemony, we cannot defeat it. Consistent in its hypocrisy, in its deliberation on the Global Fragility Act, U.S. officials label Haiti as one of the most fragile states, even as the supposed fragility is caused by more than a century of U.S. interference and consistent push to deny Haitian sovereignty. It is therefore important to understand the long history and nature of U.S. imperialism through militarism in Haiti, a clear model of both the role of militarism and the intricate and diffuse enactments of this militarism as imperialism. To begin with, we must recognize that Haitian sovereignty has been snuffed out, and that Haiti is under current foreign military and political control. Of course, we know the first military occupation occurred from 1915 to 1934. But Haiti lost its sovereignty this time, beginning February 2004. Its state has been dismantled and its government taken over by occupying foreign forces. The plans for this intervention and occupation were hatched in Ottawa, Canada in 2003. Dubbed the Ottawa Initiative in Haiti, the objective was to decide the future of Haiti's governance. The administration of Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and his Liberal Party government organized a two-day conference at Meech Lake, attended by top officials from the US, the European Union, and the OAS. There were no representatives from Haiti. Canadian journalist Michael Vastal, who got wind of this secret meeting, reported that the discussion in Ottawa included, quote, the possibility of Aristide's departure, the need for a potential trusteeship over Haiti, end quote. By the end of February 2004, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the popularly elected president of Haiti, was deposed, bundled onto a flight by US Marines, and flown to the Central African Republic. US President George W. Bush announced almost immediately that he was sending US forces to, quote, help stabilize the country, end quote. On the same night of Aristide's extradition, 200 US troops had already landed at the airport in Haiti. By the evening of the day of the coup, 2,000 US, French, and Canadian soldiers were already on the ground. In the meantime, at the behest of the members of the United Nations Security Council, US and France, the UN Security Council passed a unanimous resolution that authorized, quote, the immediate deployment of a multinational interim force for a period of 3 months to help secure and stabilize the capital, Port-au-Prince, and elsewhere in the country, end quote. UN Resolution 1529 was passed under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, which authorized the deployment of UN military force to, quote, take all necessary measures to fulfill its mandate. Now, unlike a Chapter 6 resolution, which refers to peacekeeping missions where parties of conflict give their consent, a Chapter 7 resolution demands no such consent. Haiti is the only place in the world that was not embroiled in civil war, but that received a Chapter 7 deployment, where UN forces are allowed to use military force to, quote, pacify the population. Thus, it is important to note that the 2004 illegal coup d'etat was both enforced and cleaned up with the sanction of the UN. On June 1st, 2004, the UN officially took over from US forces and established the United Nations Stabilizing Mission in Haiti, or MINUSTA, the acronym for its French name, for the task of military occupation under the guise of establishing peace and security. A multi-billion-dollar operation, MINUSTA had, at any given time, between 6,000 and 12,000 troops and police stationed in Haiti, alongside thousands of bureaucrats, technical staff, and civilian personnel. And we all know, in a horrific parallel to the first occupation, MINUSTA soldiers committed numerous acts of violence against the Haitian people, including massacres and rapes. MINUSTA soldiers are responsible for bringing cholera into the country, a disease that officially killed 30,000 people and infected almost 1 million. But what's most solidified this occupation was the creation and operationalization of the core group. The core group, an international coalition of self-proclaimed and non-Black friends of Haiti, friends in quote, was established as part of the UN resolution that brought these foreign soldiers and technocrats into Haiti. Its stated goal was to oversee Haiti's governance through the coordination of various branches of the UN mission. While it is claimed that this occupation officially ended in 2017 with the formal drawdown of the MINUSTA mission, the UN has remained in Haiti through a new office with a new acronym, BINU, the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti. BINU's mandate has been continuously renewed from 2017 to now by the UNSC, the United Nations Security Council. BINU has had an outsized public role in Haitian internal political affairs and is the mouthpiece of the core group. While the core group's membership has fluctuated since its initial formation, it currently has 9 members: Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, Spain, the US, the European Union, the Organization of American States, and the UN. Significantly, this group has never had a Haitian representative and often meets without Haitian representation. Neither neutral nor passive, the core group plays an active interventionist role in Haiti's everyday political affairs. The overwhelming power of the core group is blatant public, visible to all who want to see it. At a special session on Haiti at the UN Security Council just this week, it was the head of the BNU, the UN mission in Haiti, who took the lead in presenting Haiti as a basket case of unthinking and violent gangs. Thus, unelected and unaccountable by the Haitian people, the core group is the arbiter of neocolonial indirect rule in Haiti. US imperialism in Haiti is a hierarchical structure established through the power of the US as a superpower, which then outsources the colonial control of Haiti to others. Thus, for example, one of the reasons that this occupation of Haiti, which began in 2004, is not seen as such is that while it was initiated and largely funded by the US and the United Nations, Haiti's sovereignty has been extinguished by a multiracial, multinational coalition of Caribbean, Latin American, and African countries. This may be the most sinister and least talked about aspect of this occupation, but it's also the most effective. In a classified diplomatic cable from 2008, and thank you for WikiLeaks and free Julian Assange, the US ambassador, the US ambassador Janet Sanderson explained the significance of MINUSTA in the shifting US strategy for military intervention and occupation. Sanderson wrote, quote, MINUSTA is a remarkable product and symbol of hemispheric cooperation in a country with little going for it. There is no feasible substitute for this UN presence. It is a financial and regional security bargain for the US government. We must work to preserve MINUSTA by continuing to partner with it at all levels in coordination with other major donors and MINUSTA contributor countries from the hemisphere. That partnering would also counter perceptions in Latin America, in Latin contributing countries, that Haitians see their presence in Haiti as unwarranted, end quote. Brazil, for example, was in charge of the military wing of the occupations in 2004. It spent more than $750 million on maintaining military control. For Brazil, the country in Latin America with the largest Black population and leftist government at the time, Haiti was its imperial ground zero. But there was also buy-in from other marginalized governments from the Caribbean and Latin America. At one point, MINUSTA's leadership included a representative from Trinidad and Tobago and an African-American attorney and diplomat. And this leadership was accompanied by a multinational military force made up of a number of South American, Caribbean, and African countries, including Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Jamaica, Grenada, Benin, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Guinea, Cameroon, Niger, and Mali. How do you hide an occupation? You diversify it. US imperialism involves a gamut of activities from diplomatic influence to cultural warfare to military intervention. It depends on a wide range of institutions, of actors, and diverse set of strategies, including the US State Department, the CIA, the USAID, which effectively determines how the occupied states' funds are distributed. It includes, funds, it includes Western NGO projects, controlled opposition of youth groups, the use of the National Endowment for Democracy, and then US media and Western media, which often serves as mouthpieces for the ruling class, preparing the cultural ground for the outside world to accept whatever actions are planned for those under occupation. And here we have to acknowledge the deep racism in the representation and treatment of Haiti. It also includes local and Western-based churches and missionaries, and most importantly, neighboring neo-colonial governments. For Haiti, these governments are the Dominican Republic, and more recently, surprisingly, Mexico, who worked with the United States as a co-pen holder for Haiti at the UN Security Council last summer to advocate for foreign military intervention in the country. It is significant that the Global Fragilities Act lays out a plan to see if the US actions in Haiti over the past 20 years lays out a plan that, if we see the US actions in Haiti of the past 20 years, has already been implemented in Haiti. If we look around, the US has already used this practice in Haiti to extend a different kind of rule over the region. Militarization of the region, for example, has shifted. The US Southern Command, Southcom, is key example, incorporating the Caribbean and South and Central America. Southcom claims to be protecting human rights as long-term responsibility to the development of regional militaries controlled and facilitated by the US. I want to wrap up by pointing to the need to recognize Haiti's significant critical place as both a laboratory of US militarism and imperialism, but also as a site of not only laboratory of US militarism and imperialism, but also as a site of one of the longest struggles for both Black liberation and the anti-colonial independence in the Americas. It is for this reason we also understand why the US empire's interest in the expansion of its hegemony has resulted in the constant reactionary onslaught against the people of Haiti and decades of instability for the nation as a whole. The 2 centuries-long imperial counterinsurgency against Haiti has aimed to terminate the most ambitious revolutionary experiment in the modern world. It is no coincidence that the attacks on Haitian sovereignty through an arsenal of tactics has been consistent and consistently banal. We ignore these tactics. We ignore how these tactics will be used on the rest of the region to our peril. The Black Alliance for Peace team is coordinating with Collective Campaign to fight for a zone of peace. And this peace in the region must begin with Haiti.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jemima. I just want to raise, if folks want to applaud when they actually are in, believe that what folks are saying up here is truth, you could feel free to do that. Because I saw so many shy moments. Like, do that. Energy, we need to also raise the energy in our movement, so do that. All right, so I want to introduce Dr. Jorge Zuniga. He earned his doctorate in philosophy at the Johann Wolfgang Goethe University, Frankfurt, Germany. He has published a series of articles and book chapters on the theory of action, ethics, critical theory, social philosophy, biopolitics, and governmentality in Foucault. He has delivered lectures at conferences in Mexico, the US, Germany, Greece, Costa Rica, Chile, South Korea, Argentina, and Peru. He is professor of practical philosophy in the Department of Philosophy and Letters at Autonomous University of Mexico. Welcome, Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you for the introduction and the presentation. I'm glad to be here with these great colleagues and with the moderator, as well as with this diverse audience, who is with us. So my colleagues, they talk about this panel and the last panel. They gave us a lot of data, a lot of statistics, a lot of description of facts that are happening in Latin America. So I think they, as I could figure out, they did a good job. So in my case, I don't want to stress this data from economics or from political sciences. I would like to talk more about how to construct alternatives, or in other words, how we can construct alternatives, because I think that is one of the main points of this symposium. Because Monroe Doctrine belongs to the territorial coloniality, but in Latin America we have 2 challenges. The territorial coloniality, as well as was what we, with Pablo González Casanova, can identify as domestic coloniality. That is one of the most important challenges we have to assume in Latin America, because we lived the first independence, the first emancipation in the 19th century, but we have our countries, our people lived coloniality in intern coloniality, no? Because of the elites, criollas, because of the elites, the elite that took the power of our countries, of our people, and they didn't make justice our original people, our Afro-descendant communities, people from Latin America and from the Caribbean. So I think that if we want to undermine this kind of ideological weapons of death, like the Monroe Doctrine, we at the same time we have to undermine this domestic colonialism that we live in Latin America and in the Caribbean since we became independent by the first time, when we became national states. No? The modern national states in Latin America, they perceive the coloniality in their own countries. So it is not enough to criticize the territorial coloniality as well as it was well placed by my colleagues with the OEA, for example, with the Monroe Doctrine. No, that's not enough. We have to fight in our countries in order to make justice to this, to the excluded from the first independence in Latin America. So, why do we have to think about it? To think of this kind of situation, because if we are in a kind of in a new call of history, due to the conditions, the U.S. government has to concede many policies they pushed in an imperialistic way. So this is the reason why, for example, in South America, from the global south, we are constructing or we push the alternatives to this neo-colonial, neoliberal order that we live since the last century, the last 30 years in the last century. So I thought, why in the global south we construct, we push the alternatives to this colonial or neo-colonial order? Because we have to live, because we want to live, because we can live with this order, political order of death. No? For that reason, I stated that Monroe Doctrine is an ideological weapon of death, because there are not only political, economical weapons, like the sanctions, for example, economical sanctions, like, for example, subordination, or these strategies that my colleague described well. No? The domination is ideological as well. And this idea that, and this tergiverse idea of America for Americans, that is something that is exhausted, and it is valid anymore. So this reminds me the statement on the other side that a few weeks ago, the president of Mexico, López Obrador, stated clearly to the U.S. government, nosotros ya no somos una colonia. We are not a colony anymore. So in this, that is what we need in Latin America. Any neoliberal governments that are supported by the U.S. governments. We need new political leaders who assume an ethical responsibility in relation to regarded to our people, to our communities, and that can make justice as the well-known efforts by Lula da Silva or López Obrador have been made. So yeah, one point more, and this is not only we agree that this fight is political. We have to fight. We have to construct the alternative. No? In these two ways I underline in relation to the territorial coloniality and the domestic coloniality. But at the same time, and this is maybe a call for my colleagues in philosophy or sociologists and professors, researchers, we have to think about the theories that accompany. You have to think in theories that place as company in this process of liberation towards a second emancipation in Latin America. Because here, and maybe it's because I have in mind some criticism from compañeros y compañeras that are really critical to ideas. But the problem is that ideas and new concepts help us to understand the social world and the social, the political world, the social world, the social sphere from other with other lens. And we need that. We have new concepts, new ideas in order to understand our current world. And that is maybe, I see many journalists here in this room, but for example, this is the reason why, and at least I see that situation clearly in Mexico. That is the reason why progressive journalists don't understand, for example, progressive governments, no, from Latin America, because they are building something new. These governments, like Lula da Silva, like Andrés Manuel, López Obrador, and they are really complex figures, no? And this is the reason why progressive journalists, for example, I think in CNN, no, that they are in Mexico, they are progressive and they work for CNN, but they don't understand this kind of changes in Latin America. They don't understand this kind of political figures like López Obrador, like Lula, no? That is the reason why, for example, it's easy to describe these figures as caudillos, for example, as dictators, and this is other thing, no? So no, I put only the example. I display this example with journalists, but what I want to mean is that all the social sciences, all the humanities, and now I relate directly to the theories. We have to be in um, in the level of the current social world. And we have to develop these new theories that are a companion, a compañía? A company, sorry, a company of these political processes. No? And we have here in this room as well important and relevant authors that have developed this kind of theories, like the decolonial theory. That is one theory that we need in order to achieve this second emancipation. There are other theories like philosophy of liberation, for example, critical Latin American critical theory, and many the dependence theory, the economical dependence theory, and we need these theories just a ground in order to construct new ideas, new concepts, and new conceptions of the complex social world that we live in Latin America. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shuniga, precisely for reminding us of the battle of ideas, which is very important. The battle of ideas and the battle for emotions. All right, so our last speaker is going to be Professor Maldonado Torres. He's a professor at the Department of Latino and Caribbean Studies and the Comparative Literature Program. He obtained a PhD in 2002 at Brown University, Religious Studies with a certificate for outstanding work in Africana Studies, distinction Phi Beta Kappa. He is also co-editor of Latinos in the World System, Decolonization Struggles in the 21st Century, U.S. Empire, and guest editor of two special issues entitled Thinking Through the Decolonial Turn, Post-Continental Interventions in Theory, Philosophy, and Critique. Welcome, Professor Maldonado.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure being here with you today. I am now teaching in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Connecticut, but I'm coming here mainly as the co-director of the Franz Fanon Foundation. And it's a special pleasure coming from the foundation and seeing this event that is being organized and then sponsored by a great number of grassroots organizations. And I think that already that speaks to the kind of solutions that we want to advance. It's also a pleasure to be at an event that on the one hand we're meeting today to share some ideas, different forms of analysis, but that it started with a policy day yesterday where an organizer had the pleasure of joining the morning section of the discussions and preparations and some of the initial visits to legislators. So I think that that again presenting a kind of a combative paradigm for knowledge sharing and knowledge production that we definitely need more of. So my congratulations to the organizers for gathering us, for bringing us together, and for offering us this model of building together. Now, when I initially learned about the event, and I'm going to be somewhat brief, I'm going to outline a series of points that are the ones that I would like to leave on the table for you. Right? And one of them is when I first was invited to the event to think about borrowing the Monroe Doctrine, to see about a new policy, a potential developing a new policy or advocating for a new policy in the US for a new Latin America and the Caribbean, one of my first thoughts was, how are we going to advance in advocating for a new policy towards Latin America and the Caribbean when we live in a country that is keeping still very old policies, colonial, racist policies towards its own indigenous people. And when still in the 21st century, we have to march and go to the street to shout, Black Lives Matter. And when also still in the 21st century, the US remains a colonial power that controls the oldest colony in the modern world, the unincorporated territory of Puerto Rico. So where to begin? what are the bases that we think that we can generate that change when already look who we're talking about, see about the public policy in place. So how to advocate for a change of foreign policy was my question when these are the conditions, right? And then how to do so then, maybe to engage in advocating for foreign policy while also simultaneously advocating for dramatic public policy change, both simultaneously and in an interrelational form. How to do that? That was one set of ideas and questions that emerged. The other was that when I look at Latin America, as it has been commented, here, that Latin America is still largely anti-indigenous, anti-black region, and with the exception of Cuba and Venezuela, most of the territory probably, I'll go there and put it like that, and we can then modify it. But most of the territory is somewhat or greatly indifferent to the condition of Puerto Rico because it's being incorporated in the U.S. So Puerto Rico is neither the U.S. or Latin America. It's in this limbo zone. And again, with the exception of Cuba and Venezuela, which tend to always come out in bringing out the topic about the colonization of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico barely matters in the rest of the territory. So I was wondering whether, in addition to burying the Monroe Doctrine, we have to think about burying an old-fashioned 19th century idea of Latin America. And therefore, if we have to build with indigenous movements and other movements that had advocated for different imaginaries and different conceptualizations of the region, like Abya Yala, Gran Comarca, and so on, that these are not simply slogans or kind of aesthetic or kind of literary provocations, but I think there are actually very important socio-political, cosmological, geographical, geopolitical implications of what that is. So what would it be to enter this debate, not thinking about a new Latin America, but about thinking of somehow going beyond Latin America itself, right? With that notion of the Latin America. And I think we can take our lead from places like the Caribbean, and Haiti will be in a leading role, taking us beyond these ideas, I think, too. Now, coming from, I am Puerto Rican, and this is the panel on militarism. So I could not obviate the fact that, particularly in this panel, that right now, 2023, this year, is the 20th anniversary of the expulsion of the Marines from the island of Vieques in Puerto Rico, in the archipelago of Puerto Rico, right? It was May 1st, so almost literally 20 years, right? And so I think that, Vieques is part of that story of the Monroe Doctrine. And the expulsion of the Marines 20 years ago is part of the story about how to bury it, right? And so the Marines occupied about 2/3 of the islands of Vieques, and they remained there for about 70 years. And there has been opposition to that presence for decades, but in 1999, there was the death of David Sanas Rodriguez during a military exercise, and that led to massive forms of coalition and protest that ultimately led to that expulsion. And from Vieques, or with regards to Vieques, I would like to highlight two things. And one was the power of those mobilizations and the strong forms of solidarity. Until then, until that moment, right, the mobilization in support of Vieques and against the presence of the Marines in the island of Vieques, they led to the most massive mobilizations known in Puerto Rico until that moment, and brought people from the different political parties, no matter the status they prefer for the island, the political status. Many of them were supporting that the Marines had to go. What used to be a slogan only for independentistas or those who advocated for independence then became a slogan for the entire nation. And so I think that there is something there very important, really very important about those junctures and conjunctures where those forms of solidarities take place and how do they take place. And so they remain there as forms of effective burying of something when we come together in that powerful way. More recently, we saw then another massive form of manifestation, even more massive, which was in 2019 in the Verano Combativo, the combative summer of 2019, that led to the outskirts, to the expulsion of the resignation of the governor, right, of the island. So again, I think that the island colony, the archipelago colony, is providing some fundamental examples and ideas and proposals about how to bury effectively some of these policies and ideas. Now, with Vieques, the other point that I want to highlight is the strong environmental, social, and economic impact of the military presence there. So Vieques is clearly an example that simple departures, retiradas, from colonial armed military power from territories that they had possessed for a long time are not enough to address the impact of their domination, right? So the impact of the Marines in Vieques cannot be solved without major reparations for Vieques. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has stood for some, a number of responses from the U.S. government to address the situation in the island. There is now also a sort of a bill that is being circulated by a very right-wing Puerto Rican politician who also is expected to run for governor soon. But the great irony of that proposal is that wrapped around the notion of rehabilitation, that these rehabilitations run short of the actual reparations needed in the island. And second, that how to address then reparations in Vieques without thinking about reparations for the entire archipelago of Puerto Rico for more than 100 years of colonialism. And so it's a tragedy and a catastrophe that among the options of political status in Puerto Rico, you don't find any of them that tell the people of Puerto Rico, well, you can decide for this status, but this status will require, and potentially all of them, massive forms of reparations to undo the damage that the U.S. presence has done in the island. And I think that the reparations will not have to be limited to the archipelago of Puerto Rico. They will have to extend to nearby islands and nearby territories as well. And something else to point out is that it doesn't suffice either with reparations for Vieques or even reparation for Puerto Rico. How ironic would it be now for anyone to talk about rehabilitating Vieques, particularly when they're advocating for the presence and continued presence of the fiscal bar in Puerto Rico, Promesa, that was created under Barack Obama, not Donald Trump. And that became a quite direct form of economic colonialism today. Now, the second point that I wanted to highlight is that this is also the year 2023 represents 125 years after 1898, when Puerto Rico then comes to be a territory of the United States. And so with 1898 then, there was, of course, a heavy military presence in Puerto Rico through the different military bases, not only in Vieques, but also in other parts of the island. And also, since then Puerto Ricans have been participated forcibly in many cases when there was the draft in the wars led by the US, Puerto Ricans in the Korean War, Puerto Ricans in the First and Second World Wars, Puerto Ricans in the war in Vietnam, and so on. So when we think about militarism and colonialism today, we need to look at these examples. And Puerto Rico, as some here in this group have well documented and pointed out, that Puerto Rico becomes a kind of zone for military recruitment today, right? So the island colony that, among other things, becomes a source for military power, even as it suffers from the presence of the military in the island. Now, I wanted then to think about, what are the sources in a place like Puerto Rico and going beyond Puerto Rico about how to overcome this militarism. I mean, how to explain the fact that many people in the island, colonized people, joined the military of the power that is dominating that very land, right? And you know that you have to prepare the ground for that. That doesn't happen automatically. You have to have a system of education that leads people to see this as completely normal, that they don't see the current status of the presence of the military as a problem. So you need a kind of heavy education system that is leading everyone to see themselves as the benefactors, as the recipients of the graces of US power, right? So the question is how then to intervene with another education, I think is part of this, of our way of thinking about undermining militarism, undermining the desires that anyone can see in wanting to join the military, for example. What would that be to have an education that will lead to that kind of thinking? And I want to point out that the University of Puerto Rico actually has been traditionally a site of counter-colonial, anti-colonial, and counter-military stuff. And that it is not by chance then that the University of Puerto Rico has been kind of the target of these forms, heavy forms of impoverishment, of de-investing from the local commonwealth, quote-unquote commonwealth. So I think that whatever response we give to the problem of militarism in Puerto Rico, but also in other places, is connected with education, and is connected with a kind of education and alternatives to a military way of being and a military outlook in the world that are provided in schools and universities. Puerto Rico has actually, the University of Puerto Rico has been characterized for being particularly, again, counter-colonial and counter-military, but not necessarily countering anti-blackness. And that has been until very recently, when we have right now, at the moment when the university is so impoverished, we have some of the strongest forms of efforts. With recently una segunda cumbre Afro, there was a second summit dedicated to African people and African descendant peoples in Puerto Rico. And right now there's been a resurgence. So I think that that is connected to the possibility of then reimagining the University of Puerto Rico as a site of both counter-colonial, counter-military, but also counter-anti-blackness generally. And finally, I end with this: as much as the university can offer, it will not be able, I think, to offer this kind of education soon. The best examples of this kind of counter-colonial, counter-military, and counter-anti-black racist forms of thinking appears on the ground in the education of groups like La Colectiva Feminista en Construcción, which offers workshops and that educates the entire people of Puerto Rico and beyond into what is a radical feminist, they call it radical feminist thought grounded on decolonial thought and black feminism. And by doing that, they are putting themselves in Puerto Rico, drawing from black feminism, US black feminism, and drawing from anti-colonial theories from Latin America and the Caribbean, and they, I think, are at the leading edge of this kind of education that hopefully we can see at the University of Puerto Rico, and that hopefully we can see in the schools, and then that can animate this larger resistance against colonialism and militarism in the island. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Let's give them another round of applause. I think one important element to take from this panel is that part of burying 200 years of the Monroe Doctrine is also uncovering our truth as Latin American and Caribbean countries, as oppressed people generally, our histories of resistance, our mechanisms of survival, detached from capitalism and imperialism, understanding that capitalism and imperialism are antithetical to anything that has to do with solidarity, collaboration, democracy, and therefore we need to reimagine new ways of living, new ways of relating, and there are models that have been set out for us, models that have been suppressed, that have been attacked, that have been in a lot of ways attempted to be buried themselves, and they have resisted. They are still here. When Chavez passed, people thought that the Bolivarian Revolution was gonna die. The Bolivarian Revolution is still here. When we had the passing of Fidel Castro, was the same thing. These imperialists believe, they really do believe, that they can counteract the people's will. And they do not count with the fact that when the people, the force of the people, is behind a revolutionary process, they cannot defeat it. And so let's be fed by that energy. Thank you so much for everything you've shared. Que viva Puerto Rico libre y socialista. Que viva Haití libre. Que vivan todos los pueblos del mundo de Latinoamérica.
Dicen las compañeras, y que viva Perú también.
Que viva Perú también, soberano.
Lunch is ready. Let's try to be back here. Special guest first. Let's try to be back here by 2:20, please. We're going to get started with our next panel, hopefully on time. Special guest first. Lunch is ready. Thank you very much.
name. She's
YU or?
Dolores. I can't remember her name, but she's from Honduras. She's
Fine.
Berta's friends, really close friends.
From Copine.
Oh yeah, from Copine.
So you need someone to click on the.
Yeah, she showed me on her arm. What was his bands?
Well, he had his own band.
What?
Yeah,
Can you find this anywhere?
somewhere, I think. Yeah, there's probably some recordings out there. He had some kind of garage band. Trying to think. I mean, he liked like Led
Cuando
Zeppelin.
quieran, yo no sé, ustedes son los que, no sé quién.
Wow.
Yo creo que ya, porque ya es la hora. Okay.
All right, we're starting the next panel.
You know, his band.
Yay!
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Espinel. I'm the co-chair of the Colombia Human Rights Committee. And I'm here, and I'm very happy to moderate this panel, and also a little nervous because this, okay. This panel on foreign and independent economic model will examine the regional shift away from neoliberalism and towards the new economic proposal to rebalance power in the hemisphere. Before giving the floor to the first panelist, I would like to say that this is a vast topical with ramifications in all of our economies. In my own country, Colombia, we see how the embrace of neoliberalist policies beginning in the early 90s and has led to the destruction of much of our agriculture and domestic food production, leading Colombia to depend on food imports, despite we have a lot of land and fertile land. And this has only exacerbated all these neoliberalism and all these policies. The only thing that is doing is exacerbate the rural inequality. Colombia has the highest rural Gini coefficient in the world, a crucial factor for driving the ongoing violence, as many young people in rural areas see join one of the armed forces, looking for a salary to live because they don't have anything to do in the countryside anymore. Okay, and even the progressive governments in the region, including Colombians, must contend with neoliberalism economies and as they are bringing them under control and adopt regulations that uphold people's rights and lines to profit and power of private capital. And now I'm going to give the floor to the first panelist, is Kevin Young. Okay, Kevin Young is a teacher on Latin American history at the University of Massachusetts. He is the author of The Blood of the Earth, Resource National Revolution in Empire in Bolivia, 2017. And he also wrote a book about Venezuela's under siege, about U.S. sanctions and Venezuela's commune expiration in participatory democracy. Kevin,
All right.
you have the
Okay.
floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me preface this by saying that I think that not everything I say is going to be news to all of you today. Some of it you will have heard before, but I am going to try to provide a little bit of additional information and evidence that you can hopefully use in your own work once we leave this room today, your education and your organizing work. So please feel free to steal anything that you want from the PowerPoint that I'm going to show. So these are the three questions that I was asked to address, and all three of these questions are huge. There's no way to address them comprehensively, so I'm going to try to hit on a few key points. So the first question, what strategies do US and Latin American elites use to thwart progressive reform? Well, a lot of the strategies are actually very similar to what we see in the United States, things like the strategies that you see on this slide here. These strategies are described in detail in a report from 2018 from Oxfam and Claxo, which I really recommend. It's really a detailed report on exactly this question of how Latin American elites try to thwart attempts specifically at progressive tax reform in different Latin American countries. But the same mechanisms really do apply in all different policy areas. The report itself doesn't actually deal with some of the other mechanisms that elites like to use, though. So I'm going to focus on some other things today. So, of course, US military aid, US-led political subversion, the things that we've been talking about all day today, and two other mechanisms in particular that I'm going to focus a little more on because they relate directly to the economy. So US sanctions being one. We've already heard quite a bit about sanctions today. And there's a fourth form of coercion that I would like to spend a little bit of time talking about, which stems from the structural power that capitalists enjoy because of the fact that they control investments and they control the resources that the rest of us depend upon. So it's not just US government-imposed sanctions that inhibit attempts at reform. It's also the very fact of the structure of our economies, of our global capitalist economy, that gives private investors and markets so much control over the decisions that affect our lives. So this sort of refusal to provide the resources that people need is much more routine, in fact, than sanctions. So I'm going to speak a little bit about that. So these last two strategies that you see derive their coercive power from the fact that we depend on the resources that capitalists control. So that's jobs, it's loans, it's the availability of housing, it's all of the essential goods and services that we depend upon. Those who comply with the wishes of US and Latin American elites are promised new investments, new loans, new products, while those who dissent are threatened with the withdrawal of those resources. Now, this is similar to the structural power that capitalists wield within the US economy. Here, whenever government signals the slightest challenge to business prerogatives and privileges, government is threatened with the loss of jobs, loans, investments, and everything else. We see this, for example, in Chicago with the recent election of a progressive mayor, right? The way that business is reacting to Brandon Johnson's election. We see the same dynamic at play in somewhere like Brazil after Lula's recent re-election. Business leaders looking at Brazil are now warning about the disinvestment of capital that is going to follow from even the slightest progressive reform that Lula tries to enact. So take, for example, Lula's recent announcement of a new tax on crude oil exports. As the oil giant Shell recently threatened, this is going to lead to uncertainty about new decisions regarding investments. So that's a thinly veiled threat that we are going to deprive your economy of the resources you need. These threats of disinvestment are sometimes just hot air. Sometimes they're just hyperbole, but sometimes they are carried out. Sometimes they actually become what we can call capital strikes, the withdrawal of investments. For instance, Venezuelan capitalists waged a capital strike against the Hugo Chavez government from his first term on, culminating in a massive oil industry lockout, 2002 to 2003, and continuing after that in a variety of other forms. The flip side of these threats is the promise to deliver new investments and aid if government behaves properly. So basically, do what we want and you'll be rewarded. So in the case of Central America, Biden has this thing called the Partnership for Central America, which involves pledges of several $billion in new private investments in the region. However, US-based corporations have made clear that in return for those investments, they expect further deregulation, as well as infrastructural investment from both US and Central American governments. All right? So the goal of this strategy of leveraging your control over capital is to induce a change in policymakers' behavior. So it's having some effect in Brazil already. Lula was in Portugal this week, courting business, courting investors, and trying to reassure them that you can still come to Brazil, right? And what he was promising specifically is that his government will maintain fiscal discipline, the way that investors like. All right, so that's what business tries to achieve with these threats. Now, another expression of this reward and punish approach involving the structural power of investment capital is the so-called free trade agreements. And I know that Jose Luis is going to talk a little bit about these, but we're talking about NAFTA and its successor agreement, CAFTA, and other bilateral trade agreements. Without going into much detail here, I want to make 2 points about the misnomer that is the term free trade agreement. Free trade agreements are not about freedom, and they're not centrally about trade either. So what do I mean by that? Trying to get my slide to advance. There we go. All at once. So they do involve greater freedom, but for people already with resources, right? They don't involve freedom for the rest of the population. So a few examples. They eliminate tariffs between countries, but they don't eliminate subsidies to industry. So the US agribusiness sector has long enjoyed lavish subsidies at taxpayer expense. And one of the reasons why NAFTA had such a devastating impact on Mexico's agricultural sector was precisely because the long-standing US government aid to private agribusiness. So, CEPR has done a lot of great work on the impacts of NAFTA. 1.9 million net jobs lost in the Mexican agricultural sector as of 2017. All right. Another example, they free up cross-border investment. They don't free up cross-border migration. So glaring contradiction there, at least if we're taking them at their word that they're trying to promote freedom. A second reason, sorry, let me go back. A second reason why free trade is a misnomer is that these agreements are not primarily about trade. They're actually more about giving investors extra privileges, enhancing the advantages that investors already enjoy. So through some of the mechanisms that I've shown here, right? I won't go into detail on these, but just to say that the FTAs are another example of capital wielding its structural power over governments and over populations, and actually codifying that power into law. One of the explicit goals of agreements like NAFTA and CAFTA is precisely to lock in, as commentators often said, lock in neoliberal economic policies such that when new governments come to power, reform-oriented governments, they find it very hard to break out of the mold of this neoliberal straitjacket. Right, Jose Luis is going to talk a little bit about that in the case of Mexico. So what this effectively does is it insulates crucial decisions about economic policy from the democratic will of the population. Now, most of what I've said to this point also applies to our domestic US political context in the United States. This structural power that is wielded by the owners of capital is clearly apparent in the US as well. In the context of Latin America, though, threats of economic withdrawal are accompanied by other weapons that magnify this corporate and imperial power still further, such as sanctions enforced by the US government. So what the sanctions effectively do is intensify the structural advantage that businesses and investors inherently enjoy within a capitalist economy. Sanctions constitute capital strikes that are ordered and enforced by the US government. Now, the official justifications for this kind of policy
5 minutes.
are familiar. We heard a lot about national security and so on. Obama's famous declaration in 2015. There is some precedent for this sort of outlandish claim. If we go back to the case of Cuba in 1961, this is what the Mexican ambassador to the US had to say at the time. We can't, Mexico is a US ally, but even this was a bridge too far for them. They said, we can't publicly declare that Cuba is a threat to our security. 40 million Mexicans will die laughing. So the powerful always gaslight their victims, of course. So it's not about national security, maybe it's about democracy and human rights. This doesn't pass the laugh test either, for a number of reasons that we can talk about. So the real justification, the real logic behind these sanctions policies goes to the fact that Latin American autonomy has always been viewed as a threat. And this is clearly articulated in the internal government policy documents. Now, the logic of sanctions follows directly from that. So I'll just give you a few historical examples. Maybe they're familiar to you, maybe not. The explicit intention of these sanctions, they're very clear about it. So we're not imputing motives when we're saying that sanctions are designed to strangle civilian populations. If we go to Chile, 1970, perhaps even more direct, the quotation from the US ambassador, and a quotation from the Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, talking here about one of the larger goals of the sanctions against Chile, which was to prevent the prospect that Allende can consolidate himself and that the picture projected to the world will be his success. Because if that happens, Chile's model effect could be insidious. So the threat here is that it could convince other people in the global south that maybe they have a right to control their own destinies as well. All right, so this goes to the heart of what we're talking about in this panel about the threat of an alternative economic model. So the same logic behind these sanctions applies today in the 21st century. I'm not going to dwell on this, but we can talk more about this. The panel earlier this morning also referenced the quote from Mike Pompeo from 2018. It's worth emphasizing here that there is a bipartisan agreement on the goals behind these policies. So the criticisms, when they do emerge, are basically about the execution, right? They're about the tactical failure of the policy, not the fact that they're killing tens of thousands of people, not the fact that they're illegal, right? To give you one, to go back to this report, which if it was mentioned earlier, if you haven't read it, I definitely recommend it. But this report from CEPR, which found that there were 40,000 casualties in Venezuela in just the first year of the financial sanctions. This is, by any reasonable standard, one of the most important documents of recent history about Venezuela and the impact of sanctions. Yet, how many times has it been mentioned in the US press? Well, I did some database searches, and by my count, it's been mentioned once, right? One time in 4 years, right? And that's at a point when the US press is mentioning Venezuela constantly. Right, now, just to skip forward here and say a word about, I always try to fit too much into a presentation. Alternative policies, right? So this is a big question, but we can look to the experiences of Latin American social movements, Latin America's own progressive and revolutionary movements over the last century, including over the last couple of decades. So the kinds of alternatives that movements in Latin America have been promoting are a combination of what we might call social democratic reforms, which are things like all of the stuff that you see here. You know, it's pretty common sense stuff. None of these ideas are coming from me. They're not original. And relevant to the theme of the panel here and what I was saying about structural power, it's also important to think about the kinds of reforms that are going to reduce and eventually eliminate capitalist ability to disrupt the economy, to remove that structural power that capitalists enjoy by virtue of the fact that they control all of the resources that society depends upon. All right, so some of these are not just social democratic reforms. Some are actually involve wholesale transformations of economic structures to deprive capitalists of that ability. All right, so I think I will leave it there. I know I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And now we're going to go to the second panelist, Jose Luis Granado Ceja. Jose Luis Granado Ceja is a journalist and political analyst based in Mexico City. He is the staff writer with Venezuela Analysis, covering regions and international issues, and write a monthly opinion column in the Mexico Solidarity Project. He is currently pursuing his master's degree in defense of human rights in the la Universidad Autónoma de la Ciudad de México. José Luis, tiene la palabra.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So I decided to title this Mexico and the Cost of the Defense of National Sovereignty because that's kind of the basis of how the political struggle, especially over the last few months, has been expressing itself, and it's sort of a way for me to kind of sum up what's happening. And I think if we're looking at López Obrador's economic policy, it can actually be somewhat summed up by this quote from him himself, where he says, we must show that modernity can be forged from below and without excluding anyone, and that development does not have to be contrary to social justice. And for those of you familiar with sort of the developmentalist history of Latin America, that's sort of the same kind of a rescuing of that kind of thinking. And I'm gonna use that word intentionally a lot. I think we can sum it up, Mexico's fourth transformation. We call it the fourth transformation because the first one was the independence struggle, the second one was the reform period, the third one being the Mexican Revolution, and this one being the fourth. And like I said, you can basically sum it up as being an anti-neoliberal and nationalist development strategy to redistribute wealth via the state and to drive economic development in the country. So there's been a massive expansion of direct cash transfer programs under this administration, to the degree that now 71% of Mexican households benefit from at least one social program. The minimum wage has been increased 90% in real terms over the last few years of this government. And then I want to focus on these last 2 points, which is what we've seen, which is what we call the rescue of Pemex, the state oil company, and the Comisión Federal de Electricidad, the electricity company. Of course, also coming with that is the nationalization of lithium. This is just a quick graphic that shows the priority programs of the government. I'm going to go through it, just pass it real quick, but it gives you an idea of just the broad range of what the government is trying to do in various areas of the Mexican economy and social life. So when we talk about the National Electricity Company, what we've seen is a reversal of the liberalization that happened over the neoliberal period, which is to say basically since the late 80s in Mexico until the arrival of López Obrador in 2018, what we're calling the second nationalization of the electricity industry. It was originally nationalized in 1960, and what this is basically trying to bring the Mexican state back as the majority generator of electricity, so that gives them control over the actual market. Very recently, the government actually purchased 13 power generation stations from the Spanish multinational Iberdrola. Gives you an idea. So instead of selling off public assets, they're actually buying and bringing them in. And now the Mexican state will maintain 65% of energy generation by late 2024, which is when López Obrador's term will end. He cannot seek re-election due to the Mexican Constitution. The next one would be Pemex, the state oil company. So it was like so many things that we've seen, I think particularly in the United States and Canada, which is that they deliberately starve it of investment to try to basically suffocate it. And it was part of a neoliberal scheme aimed at privatization, which is to say that, oh, it doesn't work as a publicly owned, state-owned company, so let's privatize it, right? But that's actually all been turned around, in fact, deliberately so as part of the economic policies of the government, which is to say that an actual turnaround in oil production. They purchased the Deer Park refinery in Texas. 6 existing refineries that were basically rusted out have been rehabilitated and now refurbished, and they're building a brand new refinery called Olmeca in Dos Bocas, Tabasco. And so you can see the figures there. The expectation is by 2024, there would be energy self-sufficiency. The next one is the creation of Litio MX, which is the state-owned lithium company. Mexico has many reserves of lithium. As we know, it's the new white gold. It's key to the energy transition. And there's obviously a lot of interest from multinational companies to control this, but we're seeing this trend throughout the region of bringing that under state control in order for it to benefit the population, and that's no exception in the case of Mexico. They were actually officially nationalized in April of 2022, and the state-run oil company will have exclusive rights to mine lithium. And I think it's important, as we continue talking about this, to focus a second on the political reality in Mexico. So 2018 saw a landslide victory for López Obrador and the Morena party, his political party. And since then, I think this is really important because it informs the way that the opposition has been responding, is that they've actually won 12 out of 15 governorship races. There's one coming up very soon, which Morena is also expected to win in the state of Mexico, which has been ruled for nearly a century by the PRI. So the opposition parties, the PRI, the PAN, the PRD, and Movimiento Ciudadano, they have been unable to articulate a coherent response to this political reality. So the opposition finds itself compelled to mobilize in the streets, but it struggles to engage citizens and win support on a political basis. And so what does that lead to? This. And I think this is kind of the central hypothesis of my presentation here. They're unable to win over the population, and so they seek to assert power and influence via other means. And what are those other means? Well, we have, if you've been watching the news, you've probably and seen the news around Mexico, it's been around this reform to the electoral body. We call it the INE. And so what they've done is try to kind of latch on to this issue in order to try to win some legitimacy, win some support from the Mexican population. I want to go really quickly just because of time, but you know, they obviously, like other in other parts of the world, you know, they retreat into the private media, they use the courts, and what our topic of today, right, into the arms of imperialism. So this is the way that the elites in Mexico are trying to, despite not having political power, be able to try to influence the situation inside of the country. And so I call them the conservative strongholds. So, you know, I was talking about this, the defense of the Electoral Institute. Just really quickly want to mention, you know, so the opposition mobilized its supporters. They held a successful rally. A lot of people took to the streets, 200,000 people. I think we should be honest that they were able to mobilize around this. But here's the interesting thing. López Obrador called for his own demonstration in kind. And in that case, there was actually an estimated 1 million people in the streets of Mexico City. And so you can see, this is an iconic picture of the day. I didn't take this picture, it's by a colleague of mine, but you can see kind of like the sea of people, and it's quite the powerful image. But you can, here, this is a picture of mine. You can see, you know, the people coming out to the streets, showing their demonstration and answering on the street by mobilizing to say, okay, fine, you took your supporters out, well, we have ours, and we're 5 times as much. And so, as they were going through this process of ultimately they weren't able to get the constitutional reform passed because you need a supermajority to do it in the Congress. So they presented a plan B. Same thing, opposition sees this plan B, decides to mobilize against it, and same thing. In this case, I would say that it's important to point out where the first one they were trying to seem like, oh no, we're just here to defend the Electoral Institute, we're just here to defend democracy. Where have we heard that before? This second rally, they were explicitly political. They were mobilizing on a political basis against López Obrador, against Morena as a party. And so, as should be done in these cases, what did the president ask for? Well, he also asked for his supporters to march again, and similarly, we see a mass turnout filling the Zócalo, an estimated 200,000, 250,000 people, again, larger than the opposition's demonstration. You can see here another picture of the Zócalo. Anybody who's been in Mexico, it's that huge public plaza at the center of the city, totally filled with the supporters. And I want to really focus on this last one. You can see that banner at the top where it says, in defense of national sovereignty. And I think that's really important because they're doing it on those terms. We're rescuing that kind of terminology, and the people who are attending these demonstrations understand what it means to stick up for their own country's sovereignty. And I think that's, in the face of attacks of imperialism, that's really critical, right? And you can see there's this deliberate effort to tie to historical moments. This rally was called on the 85th anniversary of the nationalization and the expropriation of the oil industry in 1935. 1938. See the picture of President Lázaro Cárdenas there. And then to López Obrador's left, that's López Mateos. He's the one who originally nationalized the electricity industry. And in the middle, López Obrador, who nationalized the lithium industry in 2022. So you can see that this effort to construct ties to the historical situation. So, and like I said at the end there was a deliberate effort to tie the current government policies to the monumental and popular decisions by previous governments to put the resources in the service of the welfare of the people. I want to feature this quote from somebody who I spoke to. He's a member of the Political Education Institute of the Morena, the ruling party, and he says, "We in Morena feel we are the heirs of those struggles. Our heritage is the fight for social rights, for political rights. That's why we connect ourselves to these old struggles. Although they are from the past, although they are still very present, because today it is still necessary to defend everything that Cárdenas fought for, what López Mateos fought for, what Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata and so many other popular leaders fought for." And so I was talking about these conservative strongholds. So like I said, despite the fact that the opposition had its own mobilization, they haven't turned it into electoral victories. They continue to be very marginalized in terms of public support. There are states where they will probably still win, but mostly we can say that they are declining in terms of their political power. So again, they retreat into their conservative strongholds. And in this case, we can see at the top there, this headline where the electoral reform was halted by the courts. The second there is the free trade agreement that Mexico has with the United States and Canada. That's a pretty offensive headline for me. U.S. plans ultimatum. There we go. U.S. plans ultimatum in Mexico, energy dispute raising threat of tariffs. And this is what Kevin was alluding to in his presentation, this idea that you can use these instruments, these agreements that have been signed by these countries in order to directly interfere and force the country to do the bidding of the transnational companies and of international capital. And then that last one is the one that I'm going to conclude on, which you can see this headline, Mexico takes another step towards authoritarian past. And this is what's going to open up the path to interference from U.S. imperialism. I want to read this first quote from that last headline that I read, where it says, "The last thing that AMLO wants to do at the swearing-in ceremony for Mexico's next president is place the presidential sash over the shoulders of an opposition president-elect, and in doing so jeopardize the legacy of his so-called fourth transformation and the survival of his pet projects and policies." What does that lead us to think? Well, it kind of sounds like they want to commit fraud, right? It makes it sound like, well, the only way that the Morena is going to stay in power is if they manipulate the vote. It couldn't be further from the truth. Obviously, politics is very fluid. Things can change. But as it stands today, overwhelmingly, it doesn't matter who the candidate is because they haven't chosen the successor yet. Morena wins the next election. And so they're laying the foundation for this undermining of the legitimacy of the next government in Mexico. In order to do what? Well, to apply sanctions, to start to question the legitimacy, question their ability to say we have a mandate to do what we're doing. And like I said, this labeling of a leftist leader as a threat to the country and democracy, it's a classic strategy. We've been talking about it all day here at the conference, right? And I think there is a danger, right? By laying this foundation, this is, as someone who, I work a lot on Venezuela, this is how it begins, right? This is how they start. Now, these days, you read any mainstream coverage of Venezuela, and they talk about 2018 like it was a flat-out fraud, right? But they never justify it. But they've managed to install it into the mainstream discourse, and this is what they're trying to do in Mexico. This is why we've seen all of these op-eds and opinion pieces talking about the so-called authoritarian regression in Mexico. But obviously, this is also an issue of class struggle, right? His policies are a threat to U.S. and Canadian capital, right? When you nationalize key industries, those industries that are interested in extracting surplus value from those activities feel threatened, and they ask for their state actors to support them, right? This is why we see headlines like that, where the US is threatening ultimatums. Like, who is the US to give us an ultimatum, right? And so, like I said, it says here, Mexico to act now or else, you know, in terms of, or otherwise we're going to apply tariffs. We're going to collectively punish the Mexican people by making them have to pay more for collective goods, right? USMCA, the free trade agreement. This is important. In that speech that he gave in the Zócalo, he mentions this, right? It fills me with great pride to be able to recall today that despite the policy of granting concessions that prevailed before we came into office, we were able to remove a long chapter from the free trade agreement that compromised our oil and put in place a small paragraph, which I'm going to read to you, and you can see it there. The United States and Canada, this is in the free trade agreement. This is something that his negotiators put in. The United States and Canada recognize that Mexico reserves its sovereign right to reform its constitution and domestic legislation, and that Mexico has direct, inalienable, and imprescribable ownership of all hydrocarbons in the subsoil of the national territory. Yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause. But this is how bad it's getting. We're literally seeing now threats of invasion, right? And they're using the drug war as an excuse, but this wouldn't be happening if it wasn't López Obrador or Morena in power. They're threatening us literally with drone strikes without the authorization of the Mexican government. What is that? It's an act of war. And these absurd ideas started out as fringe ideas and have become mainstream, certainly in the Republican Party, but also the Democrats have failed to push back on this. Instead of saying, no, we're not going to bomb our major trading partner, they've been saying, we'll take it under consideration. That's an insult. With friends like that, who needs enemies? And so I just want to end with this, with a 1 minute, I know I only have a minute left, but I want to end with a 1 minute clip from López Obrador from the demonstration that day, because the López Obrador in front of a massive crowd is the best López Obrador, you know? It's really where you get to see his roots as a social leader. And it's subtitled, so don't worry.
Le recordamos a esos políticos hipócritas e irresponsables que México es un país independiente y libre, no una colonia ni un protectorado de Estados Unidos. Y que podrán amenazarnos con cometer cualquier atropello, pero jamás, jamás permitiremos que violen nuestra soberanía y pisoteen la dignidad de nuestra patria. Cooperación, sí. Sometimiento, no. Intervencionismo, no. Oligarquía, corrupción, clasismo, racismo, libertad, democracia, honestidad, justicia social, igualdad, soberanía. ¡Viva la expropiación petrolera!
There you have it. One final point, and I'll close on this because I know I'm out of time, that there is a struggle that's happening. We're going to need to ramp up our solidarity efforts. I want people to, I'm involved with the Mexico Solidarity Project. Please get in touch. Please join our newsletter because this is what's coming next. We know that there will likely be a deepening of the process, a radicalization of the process, and that's only going to bring more attention, more of our enemy's spears towards us. And you can see this quote was also from that same day. I am convinced that we will continue to receive the support of the people to consolidate, and I put that in bold, the first stage of the transformation. There's more stages to come. I ask myself this question: how do you move a political project forward when the political, media, and economic establishment is largely dead set against you? By turning to the masses, by flexing your capacity to mobilize to your rivals. You know, and this final quote from the person I quoted earlier, I think it's very important that the opposition knows, and I would add imperialism, that there is a population here who is defending a national project that is popular, that is from the left, that is progressive, and is trying to do what's best for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Viva!
Thank you, Jose Luis, for your presentation and for bringing us these beautiful words from the President of Mexico. Now we're going to present Alex Main. Alexander Main is Director of International Policy and Center for Economic and Policy Research in Washington, D.C. His areas of expertise include Latin America integration and regionalism, U.S. security and contra narcotics policy in Central America, U.S. development assistance to Haiti, and U.S. relation with Bolivia, Brazil, Ecuador, Honduras, and Venezuela. He holds degree in history and political science from the Sorbonne University of Paris.
Oh, thank you, Christina. Okay, this thing's working? Well, first of all, I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of this terrific conference. They worked their asses off, Michelle, Medea, and others, so let's hear it for them. Congratulations on pulling it off, and it's great to have a conference like this with, a big diversity of perspectives and covering so many topics. I think it's something that was really missing here in Washington. And so I'm at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, which is a think tank here in Washington, D.C., that some of you may know. You can find our work at cepr.net. And since I'm at a think tank, I'm going to talk about a wonky topic, the International Monetary Fund, policy from the International Monetary Fund. But I want to start out by saying that this is not such a wonky topic for many people in Latin America, where it has a real effect on people's everyday lives, and often a very painful effect. For instance, when the price of public transport suddenly goes up, or public health care services disappear, or masses of public sector employees are laid off. Millions of people across Latin America have taken to the streets to protest IMF-backed structural adjustments in Argentina, in Bolivia, in Ecuador, in Brazil, in Venezuela, all over the place. Many of these protests have been violently repressed, such as the Caracazo in Venezuela in 1989, in which thousands of low-income Venezuelans were massacred, or the protests in Ecuador more recently in 2019, when at least 7 indigenous protesters were killed and over 1,000 were injured. You may wonder, since we're talking about burying the Monroe Doctrine here today, what does IMF policy have to do with the Monroe Doctrine exactly? And as it turns out, a hell of a lot. The U.S. government has enormous control over the policy decisions of the IMF, and I would argue has used that control to maintain a neo-colonial grip on economic policy making all over the global south, and especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. The IMF was set up shortly after World War II, mostly with the input of the US government, a little bit from the UK government, and it was designed in theory to promote global financial stability by being the world's lender of last resort for countries facing major financial difficulties. So when countries in the global south reach a point where they need more outside cash to keep their economies going and have trouble borrowing that cash from private markets, they often turn to the IMF. But they don't do it with much enthusiasm at all. The IMF imposes conditions on their lending, often including major structural reform that sets countries on very different economic courses than what they started with. And they're often very painful, very harmful economic courses that create a lot of human suffering. So the US is the biggest shareholder at the IMF and basically has veto power over many of its major decisions. And together with a cartel of other wealthy countries, they set policies that make sense for big creditors in wealthy countries, but very little sense for the countries in the global south. Their official mission is to promote growth, prosperity, create jobs, all sorts of good stuff. In reality, Due in large part to US influence in the institution, the IMF has been an aggressive instrument of economic intervention in favor of Wall Street and neoliberal policies. Great for foreign corporations and big investors, but really terrible for ordinary citizens and for long-term development. And the IMF has had a particularly destructive role in Latin America. Its influence grew enormously in the early 1980s as a result of the Latin American debt crisis, which, by the way, the US played a big role in, but I don't want to digress on that too much. But as a result of that debt crisis, countries in Latin America ended up turning to the IMF, and the IMF's lending portfolio became really huge. And this happened to coincide with the very moment when there was a global neoliberal offensive in full swing, led by the governments of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. And archival research that was recently done has shown that in the early 80s, the Reagan administration heavily intervened in the IMF to expand the scope of its involvement in sovereign economic policymaking in countries. And as a result, in countries where the IMF had lending programs, the IMF began aggressively pushing a very neoliberal agenda, downsizing of the public sector, privatization of public services and enterprises, cuts to social programs, deregulation, the elimination of capital controls, and very importantly for Latin America, the abandonment of state-led industrial policies aimed at protecting and fostering domestic production. And these industrial policies were prevalent throughout Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s, and then, in large part because of the IMF's influence, they were abandoned. Now, the promise that the IMF makes to the peoples of the countries where they're involved in is that if you let the markets rule, that will eventually lead to more productive investment and trade relations. It'll create more prosperity for everyone. But this free market, trickle-down theory has largely been debunked, and perhaps nowhere more than in Latin America, where the growth numbers, the economic growth numbers, speak for themselves. So you often hear of a lost decade of economic growth in Latin America. And the reality is even uglier than that. As my organization showed in a report we did back in the early 2000s, for the 2 decades from 1960 to 1979 in Latin America, per capita growth totaled around 80%. Now, if the countries of the region had continued with that growth rate for the next couple of decades, they would be among the advanced economies, the wealthy countries today. Instead, from 1980 to 1999, precisely during the era that IMF-backed neoliberalism was dominant, growth in Latin America only reached 11% during those 2 decades. So during the 1980s, the average yearly per capita growth was negative 0.3%. During the 1990s, it averaged less than 1.5% per year. Fortunately for Latin America, during the early 2000s, when the first pink tide swept the region, almost all of Latin America had weaned itself off of the IMF, and countries were able to implement more independent policy agendas, and with very strong results. So sectors that had been privatized were renationalized in many cases, social investment grew enormously, more of the national income of countries was redistributed to the poor, and as a result, tens of millions of people were lifted out of poverty throughout the region, and growth rates also improved. So with the IMF out of the picture, things were starting to look much better. But the reason that we're talking about the IMF today is that the IMF is very much back in business in Latin America and in much of the rest of the global South. And this comeback really began during the global financial crisis. And then it became an even bigger comeback during the pandemic when dozens of countries ran out of foreign exchange, out of dollars, with which to address the public health emergency and economic fallout of COVID. So, in response to the global economic downturn caused by the pandemic, the IMF did do a couple of positive things. First, it initially provided tens of billions of dollars of emergency financing without all the usual strings attached. So countries didn't have policy agendas imposed on them by the IMF. but more importantly, due to unprecedented outside pressure from a lot of the world and from the US Congress, from some members of the US Congress, it actually did a really good thing. It issued hundreds of billions of dollars of free financial resources known as special drawing rights to all of its 190 member countries. I'll get back to that. But for the most part, the IMF was back to its old tricks. Even at the height of the pandemic, traditional IMF lending programs remained in line with the usual neoliberal agenda. And for example, in Ecuador, the government made major layoffs. Tens of thousands of public sector workers were laid off in the middle of the pandemic and greatly exacerbated the public health catastrophe there. Today, the pandemic isn't even totally behind us, and the IMF is systematically calling for austerity, cuts to public budgets. Countries that haven't even recovered from the pandemic and are being hammered by escalating food and energy prices are being told to tighten their belts. So something else that really needs to be emphasized about the IMF, and that takes us back again to the Monroe Doctrine, it doesn't treat all countries equally. In fact, the treatment countries get often aligns with US policies towards countries. And in many ways, the IMF is really an arm of the US foreign policy machine. So for instance, as I'm sure you're all aware, the US is increasingly engaged in a new Cold War with China. And recent research published by some academics from Boston University has shown that countries with close relations with China, with the closest relations with China, and that have lending agreements with the IMF have faced more invasive economic policy conditions from the IMF, and they've been forced to engage in more austerity. Whereas countries that are closer to the US have had much more lenient conditions from the IMF. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, historically, we've seen the IMF flagrantly support the US agenda. So in Argentina, in 2018, the economy was floundering, and the US, through the IMF, provided the sinking government, the right-wing government of Mauricio Macri, with an unprecedented loan of nearly $60 billion, 1 year ahead of the presidential election there. And it was clearly designed to help boost Macri ahead of that election. Unfortunately, he completely mismanaged the economy, unfortunately for him, and fortunately for the country, he lost to a progressive candidate, but then Fernandez ended up with the $60 billion debt to pay back, and that's created enormous constraints on economic policy making in Argentina and has really contributed to the country's current economic crisis. Another important case is Venezuela. In 2002, you had a coup against Hugo Chavez that lasted just 48 hours. Well, during that coup, you had the IMF spokesperson who said, "We stand ready to assist the new administration in whatever manner they find suitable," which was completely in line with the US throwing its full support behind the coup government of Carmona Estanga. And more recently, the IMF has been supporting the current policy towards Venezuela, effectively sanctioning the country as a result. In 2019, when the US administration created a parallel fictitious government under Juan Guaido and stopped recognizing the government of Maduro, the IMF abruptly stopped recognizing Maduro as well. That decision had a major impact during the pandemic when, first of all, Venezuela didn't get any of that emergency financing. It could have gotten $5 billion worth of emergency financing. It was barred from getting that. And more importantly, it didn't get $5 billion worth of these special drawing rights that I mentioned earlier. To this day, the IMF continues to not recognize the Maduro government, and Venezuela is still unable to access its SDRs. So even though both the Maduro government and the Venezuelan opposition have asked for these SDRs to be released, they haven't been released. So at this point, you're all asking, what the hell are SDRs? So I'll go over that very, very quickly. They are a positive policy from the IMF. We haven't seen much of them. They're issued by the IMF. They are assets that are issued by the IMF at no cost. They don't create debt for countries. There are no conditions attached. Therefore, the US has generally opposed them. But there was a major allocation during the pandemic in 2021. $650 billion worth of these SDRs went to countries and provided an enormous amount of relief, and again, without any strings attached. The world could use another allocation of SDRs right now, but unsurprisingly, the US Treasury doesn't like this idea. They don't like the idea of countries getting resources for free. I've just got a minute. I'll be really quick. And so all of this, I think, is just a reminder of the fundamental flaw with the IMF. It's not a democratic institution. It is US controlled and responds above all to the US government and by extension to the interests of the US financial sector. So in summary, and I'm going to skip over part of what I was going to say, but if we really want to help bury the Monroe Doctrine, then we need to take on the IMF. We need to hold it to account for the damage it's done and is continuing to do in Latin America, and we need to support the development of an alternative financial architecture. So we can work with progressive members of Congress to hold the IMF accountable for its deadly austerity policies. We can push for more of the one good policy at the IMF, which is SDRs, which is something that progressive leaders in Congress are already doing. There's a coalition of groups working on this issue. If you're interested, please connect with me. And then here in the US, we need to build awareness and support for the efforts of progressive governments to consolidate Latin American independence. Right now, just last week, as a matter of fact, the leaders of Brazil and Argentina called on the other progressive leaders of South America to help them relaunch UNASUR, the Union of South American Nations, to build closer political and economic cooperation between the countries of the South American continent. And they are dusting off an old project from the early 2000s of a Bank of the South and a common unit of exchange for South America. They are trying to create an alternative financial architecture to counter the influence of the IMF. So we need to support these efforts, we need to show solidarity with these efforts, and we need to stop the US from interfering to prevent these efforts from taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And now we're going to present you Nick Stiss. He's a PhD. He's a citizen of the Lower Sioux tribe. He is an assistant professor in the Department of American Indian Studies at the University of Minnesota. In 2014, he co-founded the Red Nation, an indigenous resistance organization. From 2017 to 2018, was the American Democracy Fellow of the Charles Warren Center for Studies in the American History at Harvard University. Yes, you have the word.
Amatakiape. My name is Nick, and I'm Kuichasha from the Lower Burl Sioux tribe. And today I want to talk about three things. I want to talk about the political economy of US settler colonialism and imperialism as it relates to the Monroe Doctrine and the so-called Doctrine of Discovery, as well as the present moment and the energy wars that are taking place in Latin America, in Europe, as well as here in North America. And lastly, I want to talk about alternatives and what burying the Monroe Doctrine after 200 years is opening up in the possibilities for not just this hemisphere, but for the rest of humanity. So I want to begin with the Doctrine of Discovery. In 1823, there was a Supreme Court decision that was determining whether or not the Cherokee Nation, which was targeted for removal in the state of Georgia, had rights or had standing within the United States. Chief Justice John Marshall cited 15th century papal bull, which is kind of commonly known as the Doctrine of Discovery, as the governing principle by which the United States asserts its ownership of this land, meaning that the United States is not a Protestant nation by any means. but it inherits the Catholic right of discovery from the Pope himself as a way to enact ownership of the land and to dispossess indigenous people. And within this decision, John Marshall wrote, the Indian nations had always been considered as distinct independent political communities retaining their original natural rights as the undisputed possessors of the soil from time immemorial, but they were, quote, the weaker power, thus surrendering their independence to a more powerful nation. And out of this Supreme Court decision came other Supreme Court decisions that went on to define indigenous nations within the United States as so-called domestic dependent nations. And the relationship is one of, to quote Marshall again, a state of pupillage or as a ward to his guardian. So this happened the same year that James Monroe went forward and made his famous speech that became known as the Monroe Doctrine. This Monroe Doctrine actually descends or traces its origin to the original debates when the founding, with the founding of the Constitution in 1887. It was Alexander Hamilton who pushed for what he was calling a fiscal military state, to levy taxes on the new citizens of the United States, to raise a standing army, and to create a centralized military system to prevent attack from two dual threats. One of which was named in the Declaration of Independence as the 23rd grievance against the king, and that was the so-called merciless Indian savages on the western frontier. And the second was competing European powers such as France, Britain, and Spain. So to kind of fast forward a little bit, the other founding father, Thomas Jefferson, created a system of treaty making that would what he called binding the indigenous nations to the United States. And this was part of his broader vision of what he called the Empire of Liberty, right? Which would start from the North Pole and go all the way to the South Pole, where America was the center, the central sort of project, the political, cultural, and racial project of the Western Hemisphere. And what he meant by binding indigenous nations to the United States was essentially if they signed a treaty with the US, they could not go and sign a treaty with another European power. So this policy of what we know as Indian policy or domestic policy is intrinsically tied to the United States foreign policy and how it's beginning its first relations, international relations with what they saw as independent nations, as indigenous people, and then newly independent states in Latin America. So fast forward to 1893. The United States was on the verge of war with Spain to expand its overseas colony. It was the same decade that the US Census Division had declared the western frontier officially closed, and at a time when the American Indian population was believed to have reached its lowest point in known history, decimated by more than a century of genocidal war, famine, and disease. And in 1893, Frederick Jackson Turner, who's an American historian, famously known for developing the so-called frontier thesis, said that he found the germ of the Monroe Doctrine in the genocidal wars waged against indigenous peoples in the Ohio Valley, meaning that those lands initially desired by the United States were the same lands that the colonists cited when they were declaring independence from the British Crown, saying that the British Crown had prevented them from expanding their institutions of chattel slavery, of expropriation into the Ohio River Valley. But this, the violent westward drive from the Ohio Valley to the coast of California, Turner argued, was the start of the definite independence of the United States from the state system of the old world, the beginning, in fact, of its career as a world power. And it was also this year that in 1893, that the United States overthrew the Hawaiian Kingdom in the Pacific. And in fact, the grandfather of John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles, who was known as Grandfather Foster, was the first Secretary of State to participate in the overthrow of a foreign government. And in this case, it was an indigenous government. And he said, the native inhabitants had proved themselves incapable of maintaining a respectable and responsible government and lacked the energy or will to improve the advantages which Providence had given them. Grandfather Foster went on to mentor his two grandchildren, who became one, the founder of the CIA, right, Allen Dulles, and then former, subsequent Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles. These two individuals engineering their own coups in Latin America and throughout the world, but taking inspiration from their grandfather, who was the first Secretary of State to overthrow a foreign government. And so I want to take those principles and thinking about how the United States has structured its relationship, both internally to indigenous nations, as well as externally to the Western Hemisphere. And I want to look at two policies. The first is the Obama-era policy known as American Energy Independence. And under this program, Obama increased domestic oil supply or oil production by 80%, specifically targeting indigenous lands or federal lands itself. This was largely due to what is known as the fracking boom, right? The new technology in fracking. But also it coincided with a broader sort of drop in price of oil, as the economist this morning mentioned earlier. I'm not an economist, by the way, but I'm on an economy panel. But I want to say that there was a direct link between the ongoing Venezuela crisis and oil production in North America. When global oil prices began to fall, there was a subsequent North American oil boom, both in Canada and in the United States. And in the United States, they were developing the tar sands in Alberta. So they also began to target and to isolate the Bolivarian government of Venezuela, who was using the money from its own oil production for the benefit of its own citizens, its own countrymen. While at the same time, this oil boom that happened in North America began to wreak havoc on indigenous nations with the creations of new oil pipelines, the tar sand dead zones in Alberta, the fracking rigs and refineries, locking these North American economies into a drill and drill mentality at the expense of indigenous lands and lives. This boom also weaned the United States off of its oil imports from countries like Venezuela as well. And it was during the Obama administration, during the Dakota Access Pipeline struggles, that there was a protester who was interviewed on Democracy Now! Running to the pipeline front lines, and she said that the reason why they're building the Dakota Access Pipeline is because they're sanctioning the oil in Venezuela because it has the largest oil reserves in the world. So indigenous people on the ground were not confused that this was not just a domestic pipeline struggle, but it was a geopolitical struggle between the United States and the alternatives that were being created and fought for in Latin America. So both Canada and the United States drilled their economies out of the gutter following the financial collapse from 2008 to 2011. Meanwhile, Venezuelans voted in the Bolivarian Revolution into power, which in turn increased the participation in social, economic, and political life of indigenous peoples whose rights were codified in the newly minted Venezuelan constitution, as well as women, LGBTQ people, Black folks, and poor people. The nation's oil wealth was, in a sense, redistributed to the lowest sectors of society. And this oil wealth was also redistributed to North American indigenous nations. And in fact, my first entry into Venezuelan politics or understanding the Bolivarian Revolution was when Citgo had gave my tribe heating assistance during the cold winter months. And I remember this because my dad called me and he said, "Son, they're filling up the propane tank. I told them to stop. I don't want to pay the bill." And so, we called and I found out that this was an act of solidarity on behalf of the Venezuelan government. And it meant a lot to me because during those winter months, they jack up oil prices, they artificially inflate oil prices, as well as the local utility commissions, they pop off electric meters in the middle of winter on the reservation. And to give you an idea of how devastating that is, Buffalo County, which is across the river from our reservation, which is the Crow Creek Nation, the Crow Creek Sioux Reservation, is one of the poorest counties in the United States. And they were popping off electric meters in the middle of winter. There was no national coverage of this whatsoever. So that single act of solidarity resonated within our communities. And I made it a point that if I ever traveled to Venezuela, I was going to thank Hugo Chavez, but unfortunately he had passed away. So I thanked his predecessor, Nicolas Maduro, who is the same height as me, believe it or not. I thanked him on behalf of my family and my community, as well as our nations, for being there when the United States, the most powerful, richest nation in the world, lets its original people go without heat or have to choose between food and heat during cold winter months. So skipping ahead, I want to talk a little bit about, of course, we know what Trump did under his unleashing American energy independence and the ramping up of the development of oil and gas production in the United States and Canada and pushing through pipeline after pipeline. But also, I want to talk about the success of the resistance. And the success of the resistance within North America is that the indigenous-led movements, whether it was from Standing Rock to Line 3, to even the North Slope of Alaska, those indigenous-led movements were challenging 27% of greenhouse gas emissions from both Canada and the United States, which is huge. So as they were challenging these greenhouse gas emissions during these decade-long struggles against carbon infrastructure, carbon extraction, the Willow Project just recently went through because Biden said that it was to offset the price of oil and heating in Europe because of a war that he's backing in Ukraine, right? So we can even see the proxy war in Ukraine that the US is backing is also fueling dirty carbon projects here in the United States that are affecting indigenous lands. But also the Biden administration has committed to green energy. And that's where we have to take a critical look. While we all want a sustainable transition, it can't be at the expense of indigenous people. We can see that the lithium mines that are being developed at Thacker Pass in Nevada or at Oak Flat in Arizona come at the expense of indigenous people. Copper is essential for the transition for creating green renewable batteries and electrical systems. Of course, lithium is for batteries themselves. But this so-called green energy revolution is also looking to the south and looking to push out countries like China who have invested into Latin America to help these nations develop their own path to resource nationalism. And in this case, it's a green resource nationalism. And in the case of certain countries, negotiating what those contracts mean for indigenous people and development to offset the most deleterious aspects. Whereas the Biden administration isn't negotiating whatsoever with indigenous nations. So even though the Pope has repudiated the doctrine of discovery, in action, the United States is still practicing it, right? So even though John Kerry repudiated the Monroe Doctrine, the series of sanctions that followed in the Obama administration, the Trump administration, attempted to strangle and to choke out the alternatives that were rising against neoliberalism in places like Cuba, in places like Venezuela, but also the plurinational governments of places like Bolivia and the overthrow of Evo Morales. And so as indigenous people in the United States, our policy for green energy is fundamentally anti-imperialist, has to be fundamentally anti-imperialist, and it cannot come at our expense nor at the expense of our relatives. So as we bury the doctrine of discovery, let's bury the doctrine, or the Monroe Doctrine as well.
Okay. Thank you very much to the panelists. And they led us with a very good analysis and resources to continue to fight against all this injustice. As I mentioned at the beginning, in Colombia, all these politics that we are talking about here cause a lot of problems, especially to the peasants, the indigenous, and the Afro-Colombians. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panelists.
So we're going to take a break. We're going to continue at 4 o'clock. Just remember, we're going to take a short break and to come back into the auditorium at 4 o'clock. And over there on, towards my left, we have an idea collection board, if you folks want to write. And there's this beautiful art right here to check out. Wow, it's coming out well. Hey, who's ready to bury the Monroe Doctrine? Yes.
Also, you've probably seen the beautiful Cuban art exhibit that's there. They are also for sale. We just sold one. Money goes to support the Cuban artists, so check it out.
causes of immigration. Is everybody excited? That's right. Is everybody ready to grab a shovel to bury the Monroe Doctrine? There we go.
All right. Thank you, Yamir, for the excellent job. So, in a way, I am really happy that we are the last panel because it's going to be an opportunity to reflect back on many of the things that were said in the previous panels. It would be an opportunity to try to round up some ideas. And right now we're going to hear from Yesenia and Carla and then Gustavo, three amazing leaders, which I'll be describing their amazing work in a minute, but we're very honored and happy to have them. And before they speak, I just want to say, just like we heard today, sanctions, fake free trade agreement, and all the other mechanisms that the US have established to keep Latin America against the wall are purposely planned, and they know the consequences that all of these actions have. The same happens with migration. It's been proven by academics from the US and across the world that forced migration across Latin America, it's mostly a consequence of neoliberalism. When the United States tried to redesign the market economy of the region, they knew and they projected, it's been documented, that there was going to be human displacement. They knew that the markets will scatter around the region, and as a consequence, people will move across the region. As the previous panel mentioned, one of the parts of the free trade agreement with Mexico was to stop subsidizing agricultural industries in Mexico, not in the US. So they always knew that campesinos and indigenous folks will be forced to move out of their communities. So migration is another form of displacement, another form of sanction, another form of fake promise of economic progress, but it's one of the most harshest, and the consequences of this bad planning are one of the harshest, saddest, and most terrible consequences that our region has played as a consequence of the Monroe Doctrine. And I'm just going to close by saying, we've learned today that it is proven that the Monroe Doctrine has failed over and over and over again, but not for the US. It has not failed for the purpose of the US. So it is not going to stop just because we proved them wrong, but because we break free in Latin America, because we stop cooperating, collaborating with these policies of death as they were mentioned. And we'll say it at the end, but when our countries break free from the Monroe Doctrine, that day the US will be on its own and will be forced to reflect and ask for help to the countries in the region, because the main reason why the Monroe Doctrine is in place is because the US needs our labor, our resources, our land, and by itself, it's not the same country that is right now. Please let me welcome Yesenia Portillo. Please give us a big round of applause, please. Let me just read a little bit about her very quickly. Yesenia is the program director at CISPES, the Committee Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. In her role, Yesenia has supported coalition building and strategic campaigns to raise awareness and push back against the most harmful impact of U.S. policy in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. In 2022, she helped lead a delegation of progressive members of Congress to Central America to learn from grassroots groups about the consequences of the militarized and corporate-driven solutions that drive U.S. policy in the region, including through the Biden-Harris plan for Central America. Please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Greg. So I have some slides. Yay. So yeah, first of all, thank you, everyone, for being here. It's really an honor to be here, especially with Carla and Gustavo. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Biden-Harris program to supposedly address the root causes of migration first. So the Biden-Harris campaign platform on immigration included a focus on addressing the root causes of migration from Central America, particularly from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, which was echoed in the U.S. Citizenship Act proposed by Democrats in February 2021, shortly after Biden took office. After the proposed legislation sweeping pro-immigrant elements were watered down and mostly died in Congress, the elements related to addressing the root causes of migration made up the White House's U.S. strategy for addressing the root causes of migration, announced and published in July 2021. This policy framework has seen more than $1 billion in development aid from the U.S. State Department via USAID and other programs, and the creation of the 501c3 Partnership for Central America, with over $4 billion committed from the private sector. The next slide. A couple of years prior, as yet another mass migration crisis moment hit U.S. mainstream media headlines in the form of caravans of people banding together in numbers larger than ever to migrate through Guatemala and Mexico, I noticed a shift in the way the mainstream media was talking about migration from the region. At first, it seemed like finally an acknowledgement of the role that the U.S. has played in the conditions that continue to lead to mass forced displacement. A closer look makes it clear, however, that these conversations fall short. In the bottom right is a screen grab, I guess, of a 5-minute clip from Samantha Bee's full frontal segment, which aired in June of 2019. She focuses on El Salvador and describes the billions that the US spent there in the 80s to fight communism. She even talks about the major role that tough on crime policies of the 90s in Los Angeles and Bill Clinton's immigration reform played in the birth and expansion of MS-13, the transnational gang that became the major scapegoat against migrants under Trump. In the end, however, Samantha Bee's segment made it seem as though Salvadorans are only migrating because of gangs, mentioning nothing about more contemporary US police and military security financing in the region or the impacts of current US economic policies towards El Salvador. I find it interesting also that even though at the time a large portion of the migrants in these caravans were actually fleeing Honduras, the focus of the segment was El Salvador in the 80s, rather than the ongoing political support for the coup government and narco dictatorship in Honduras that continued on from when President Obama and Vice President Biden were in office. The other image is from a 10-minute MSNBC segment where the speakers react to a press conference held by Vice President Harris in Mexico City after receiving major backlash for telling migrants in Guatemala do not come. In the press conference, the Vice President explains some of the work she's been doing within the framework of the US strategy for Central America. During the segment, host Joy Ann Reid does a really important job of acknowledging the long history of US profit-driven destabilization in Central America and its deep impacts, mentioning the United Fruit Company and the US-backed coup against Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, for example. While an acknowledgement of the history of the exploitative nature of the US relationship towards Central America is necessary, I'm sad to report that the analysis in this segment also assumes that this relationship is in the past. After several minutes dedicated to explaining how, quote, the United States used much of Central America as essentially a giant plantation, the speakers ultimately go on to say that the US needs to now fix the economy, the instability, and the corruption there, applauding the Vice President for her efforts And remember, this is just a day after the scandal surrounding her do not come warning to migrants. Congressman Espiot says in the interview, I think we have to take a deep dive to find the root causes. Here, her going there is taking the first step, take a deep dive and find out what must be done to build public-private partnerships. Maria Hinojosa says, I'm very happy to hear that there is going to be such an extraordinary investment. And Joyanne Reed, despite her acknowledgement that the quote, the deep corruption in the region is in part because of our policies, closes by applauding the anti-corruption elements of the plan. Ultimately, what is happening here is a co-signing of the current White House strategy and a discussion of it that assumes there's something novel about it. Today, US foreign policy towards the so-called Northern Triangle is increasingly discussed as a necessary part of the plan. Oh, sorry, if you can move on to the next slide. For curbing migration, what we've been hearing from Democrats is that in order to address the issues of massive flow of migrants to the US's southern border, the US must solve the root causes of why people are fleeing. This is an appropriation of the demands coming from popular social movements in the region and grassroots solidarity organizations in the US, which have for decades denounced the destabilizing role of US intervention. So if you look at the plan, it identifies these things as the major root causes of migration from the region: corruption, violence, trafficking, and poverty. And then if we can go to the next slide. So let's look at the strategy for addressing poverty with some highlights here. Promote investment enabling reforms, address structural impediments to investment, and facilitate greater private sector participation, partner with the private sector, partner with international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. So does this look like something novel to us? Okay, so next slide. How much time do I have? I might skip this one. Well, anyway, so it's within this framework. Ooh. Okay, it's within this framework that the Vice President makes her call to action to the private sector to deepen investment in Central America, and an NGO made up of the top leadership of corporations like Nestle, or Nescafe rather, Microsoft, Pepsi, and MasterCard is created. It's described as a coalition of private sector organizations driving practical solutions to advance economic opportunity, address urgent climate, education, and health challenges, and promote long-term investment in Central America. Next slide. The strategy for addressing violence and trafficking can be summed up with these highlights: professionalize security forces, improve civilian policing, counter organized crime, increase capacity of law enforcement and other security forces. And now also it's important that while this strategy claims to be aimed at addressing the root causes of poverty and violence, or the root causes such as poverty and violence, it's also explicitly talked about as necessary for curbing China's economic influence. Next slide. So the next few slides is a timeline of US foreign policy towards Central America since the Monroe Doctrine. It is informed heavily by Aviva Chomsky's excellent article, The Root Causes of Migration from Central America, the US. The first slide is a little more reflective of the nature of the article, and that it doesn't just look at the policy frameworks towards the region, but also the way they were implemented. Starting here with the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, reinforced in 1905 by the Roosevelt Corollary. Next slide. For the next couple of slides, I included just the policy frameworks and the names of where they came from. The Alliance for Progress under Kennedy, which Francesca mentioned, the Santa Fe docs and Kissinger reports that informed Reagan-era policy and really post-Reagan-era policy. And I'm really gonna plug Aviva Chomsky, the Aviva Chomsky article here again, because she provides crucial insight on the impacts of these policies, and hint, they led to worker disenfranchisement and increased mass displacement. And she also provides some insight as to how the workers and negatively impacted communities of Central America responded. And so next slide. Taking us into the 2000s, we have CAFTA and billions of dollars of military and security financing through the Merida Initiative, the Central American Regional Security Initiative, or CARSI, and I think Plan Frontera Sur should go here as well. All policies to promote a favorable climate for the private sector and to secure police and military control over the region for border enforcement and to supposedly combat organized crime. The Obama era also heavily promotes private-public partnerships, and the Alliance for Prosperity included hundreds of millions of dollars for international narcotics and law enforcement. This policy was also supposedly in response to what's known as the child migrant crisis and claimed to be the answer to addressing the reasons why people continue to flee the region. The Biden-Harris strategy operates under similar frameworks and promotes similar solutions. And again, I'll close this by naming that a root cause analysis is something that comes from the radical left, and it's being co-opted in order to justify policies that are a mere continuation of foreign policy frameworks towards the region that are at least 2 centuries old now if we start with the Monroe Doctrine. Thank you. The next slide. Of course, we know that resistance to the U.S. economic model is long-standing in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, while U.S. development aid is based on a logic that it will supposedly improve things like systems of healthcare, education, electricity, and water in Central America. We know that what it actually promotes first and foremost are privatization schemes, bringing in private corporations to run these essential human goods and services under the logic that corporate management will make them more efficient, or that exploitative industries like mining corporations will create more jobs. But we know that corporations increase their profits by any means necessary to the detriment of consumers, workers, and the environment. In El Salvador in the 1990s, in the decade following the signing of the 1992 Peace Accords, over 30 state institutions were privatized, including national banks, electricity, and telecommunications. In the early 2000s, Salvadorans organized mass resistance against the Central American Free Trade Agreement and against efforts to privatize the healthcare system there, knowing full well the negative impacts that these policies had in the previous decade. 2 historic struggles that I have had the opportunity to learn about through my work with CISPES are the fights against water privatization and against metallic mining in El Salvador, which is also ultimately a water defense issue. In 2010, I participated in the Radical Roots delegation, which was CISPES's first delegation to El Salvador for the Salvadoran diaspora. At the time, El Salvador was being sued under CAFTA after communities successfully organized to pressure the Salvadoran government to temporarily halt mining, a struggle that led to a historic victory in 2017 when it became the first and only country in the world to ban metallic mining. In 2018, mass protests in El Salvador to push back against emboldened right-wing efforts to pass a national water privatizing law. When that was happening, I learned more about that history, including that in 2007, the right-wing government of Antonio Saca was promoting a water privatization plan using the language of decentralization, which was a concerted effort by the Inter-American Development Bank, providing loans to the government for the promotion of private sector participation, using specialized consultants to give support and financial advice to the government towards the effective organization of private sector participation schemes. Water defense activists mobilizing against Saca's water privatization were the first to be arrested under the 2007 anti-terrorism law, which shouldn't come as a surprise since it's the same tactics used in all territories with major US influence and increasingly within US colonial borders as well. A little over a year ago, CISPES had the opportunity to work with other anti-imperialist international solidarity groups like Witness for Peace, folks from the Honduras Solidarity Network, School of the Americas Watch, and the Network in Solidarity with Guatemala to coordinate a delegation to Guatemala and Honduras, where I witnessed and learned, with progressive congressional representatives, did I say that? Where I witnessed and learned about resistance to several different mining projects, many that receive financing from the Inter-American Development Bank or the World Bank, or that depend heavily on the corruption of the Juan Orlando Hernandez government, that, for example, in Huapinol, gave land concessions in national reserves illegally to some of the richest men for open-air mining. This under a government that, despite the US government's stated concerns over corruption, received unconditional political support and military and police financing. Some of the most devastating moments of the delegation were meeting with communities in resistance who had experienced deadly police attacks while putting their lives on the line to defend their rivers, and a mother in Xinca territory that detailed her sadness and fear of her children making the decision to migrate because the Escobal mine had made life unlivable for them, and not knowing if her children would survive the journey. Okay. So I'm gonna spend the last supposedly 1 minute I have to discuss the fascistic and dictatorial government of Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. Most known to many, oh, we can change to the next slide. Most known to many for making El Salvador the first country to make Bitcoin a legal tender, a policy that, like everything else about the government, was nothing more but a major publicity stunt and a mechanism for corruption. Most recently known for his war on gangs, which has suspended some of the most basic constitutional protections of all Salvadorans and has led to the arrest of over 70,000 people in just a little over a year. And mainstream headlines claim that Bukele has eliminated gangs in El Salvador. But behind the spectacle of Bukele's mega prison lies mass human rights atrocities and a systemic attack against his opposition, particularly against the left and against organized communities in El Salvador. El Salvador's prisons are 300% over capacity, and tens of thousands of people from El Salvador's most marginalized communities have been arbitrarily arrested and held in months on end of pretrial detention in torturous and deadly conditions, with hundreds already dead as a result of their imprisonment, many with signs of violent death and reports of mass torture. The Bukele administration rose to power by co-opting the frustration that Salvadorans felt from the negative consequences of the neoliberal economic model. Thank you. I'm almost done. We cannot understand Bukele's rise to power in El Salvador without the longer context of US military and security financing. While Samantha B. mentioned how MS-13 was birthed, she did not discuss the US role in maintaining those conditions, even through the present day, with billions of dollars for police and military training that limited the response to gangs to punitive policing, a tactic Bukele is using in its most extreme form, while doing business with organized crime and arresting union leaders, vocal opponents. And I have to mention our comrades from the historic community of Santa Marta, who led that struggle that secured El Salvador's anti-mining ban, which Bukele intends to reverse and are now under arrest in pretrial, in an automatic 6-month pretrial detention in deadly conditions. The silence of the US Embassy and the State Department, along with ongoing military and security financing, under the excuse of the war on drugs and border enforcement, exposes the hypocrisy of US foreign policy that is supposedly based on fighting corruption, defending human rights, and spreading democracy. And so I'll just close by saying, you know, Bukele has an extremely large publicity apparatus, and a lot of people, even on the left, gave him a lot of benefit of the doubt, but he's clearly promoting the interests of the global elite via police and military repression. And I welcome everyone to join CISPES and the Salvadoran organized communities in denouncing what's happening there and in denouncing US complicity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yesenia. Very informative and moving presentation that reminds us that what's happening at the border, Mexico-US border, it's not an spontaneous crisis. It's provoked, made and planned by the United States with the complicity of corrupt governments across our countries. And it takes us to change that. Since NAFTA was signed in the case of Mexico, over 3 million people have crossed the border from Mexico and the US. And if we add Central America, could be up to 5 million people. And if we add folks that are coming from Haiti and South America and from Africa and other continents through Mexico these days, it's more than that. It's millions of people who have been displaced as a consequence of these policies that Yesenia just presented. And to continue this reflection, I want to welcome our sister Carla Garcia. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Carla Garcia is the International Relations Coordinator at OFRANE. She came to the United States in 2013 and works with the Garifuna communities in New York. She has a history of activism and participation in civic action for over 20 years and serves as representative of culture at the national and international level of the Ballet Nacional Folclórico Garifuna. So she's also the co-facilitator for the Afro-Descendant platform that came out of the Peace Summit. Welcome, warrior and leader, Carla Garcia.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you for letting me explain to you our vision as Garifuna community about immigration. I'm going to use Spanglish. That's why I have her here with me. She's going to help me, give me assistance in moments because my English is very fundamental, very limited too. Thank you. Yeah, this part is practice. You don't pay attention of this part. So let me start with a reflection. I want to call my ancestors and our ancestors to occupy this space and make us feel their energy and listen them what they really want from us in the earth, not only in our countries or in the United States. People here witnesses what happened this morning. And we need to understand that everything is based in energy. And the pain, the hardness, the forgiveness, the war, the blood, also can control energies and manifest in front of us, even if we don't understand that this is some energy coming through our eyes to make us maybe think more about what is happening. I have a doubt with our ancestors, the ancestors of the world. Do you believe that it's a good idea go to Egypt, right? To remove bodies from people who lives 300, 500, 5,000 years ago? Or is a good idea go to Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and profound the cemeteries? And what will happen in 5,000 years? They will come to our bodies, for our bodies. Believe in that. And if everything is energy, for example, the slavery that we are trying to talk about slavery like something that happened, but it doesn't happen to us. Saying this because I know I just have 15 minutes. I want to leave this question in the air. If somebody comes to you with a problem to be solved in a language that you don't understand, with rules that are not your rules, how are you going to do to solve that problem? I can tell about the indigenous and Black communities in St. Vincent in the 1600s when the colonizers, the people who discover America, came to their islands. And they saw these people looking maybe different, but people, and they tell them, you can live there. But these people said that they discover and they become the owners of the land. We can say in the way that we learn in the universities, at school, or in this new era, that the indigenous community own the land, own the spaces. We're the owners, right? But in our cosmovision, we don't own anything. Everything is to be shared with others. This is the nonsense that we found in the history of every community, the history of every poor population. I want to talk about what happened and what I know happened with the Garifuna community in 2013 when they started to come to the United States in big groups. Nobody called them at that time. Nobody said that it was a caravan. But it is the moment when everything started. People went in our communities in Honduras, waiting for mothers and child and young people going to the school or coming out from school, going back home, and told them, you can come to the United States. Right now, there's a law that if you, as a mother, have a child and you enroll your child at school, the Obama law will protect you. Come to the United States. And this is the way that it happened. In San Pedro Sula, there were a lot of people with money to borrow, to loan them the money that they will need to come to the border. Nothing happened to those group of immigrants in the way coming to the United States. Nothing. No matters, no nothing appearing in front of them to maybe cut the dream. As soon as they arrive with the coyotes to the south border, they didn't came into the United States without a permission because the border, the police border, went to them, took them, and put it inside of the United States. But that time, a lot of young people who already graduate from the legal field didn't have jobs. Oh, people is coming through the border. This is the good moment to give jobs to this new generation of lawyers. At the same time, the immigration court was having less and less and less cases. A big opportunity to fill back the court and to give job to more people to occupy those positions. There was a project in where our the women of the Garifuna community were pushed to accept voluntary, signing documentation in English, saying that they were signing voluntarily to be part of the GPS monitoring process. And when they arrive, for example, to New York, 3 or 4 days, because if they did not accept this voluntary project, they were supposed to continue in a jail in the border. So the way to go out and meet their families, it was signing this voluntary documentation. So 5 days later, an appointment in the court. They saw the judge, and the judge sent them downstairs at the Federal Plaza building to get the ankle brace, the ankle monitor. And this company that is private and still private was using the Federal Plaza building to put those ankle braces in the people, to know and monitor what is the bad consequence in each person getting an ankle brace. Now the ankle brace is a big business after the test in the Garifuna community and the Garifuna women's. So why I'm telling this part to you? Because we know and we knew and we tell the community they are removing the people from our communities because they want to own our land. But at the same time, these people must produce because they don't speak English. They will not have a legal documentation. They will not start working immediately. So they were producing for this country. And at the moment that they arrived to the border, they started to produce, giving jobs to other people in this country. And nobody is recognizing that. But at the same time, our communities in where Ofrane is fighting to continue holding and having the land started to have less people, especially women in the reproductive state, child, and young people. If you move your next generation to another country to learn a different culture, you will not have enough to hold the land to continue having the fight. And this is what is happening right now in Honduras. The communities are trying to resist all these projects, but there's not enough young people to fight for their land. What is happening here? Why they don't go back? Because they still like in a migratory limbo. They go to the court, they just see that they still here and they are in good shape, and the judge gave to them a letter to return in 2 or 5 years. Consent to get a permission to work, and that's it. Not legal documentations, no nothing, so they cannot go back to Honduras, but they don't have a legal status here. And it's happening since 2013. So why they did this? Do you remember the North Triangle project involving Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador? The second big caravan of migration came from the indigenous community of Guatemala, and the third one from El Salvador. Oh, wow. That's a coincidence, right? This is exactly what all this day I listen people discussing, how intentionally they are harming us, they are harming our communities and displacing us to get the resources, the land, etc., etc. What is the problem right now? Honduras have a new president, Miss Xiomara Castro. But Honduras doesn't have a state. And right now, there's a big movement to remove Xiomara Castro Zelaya from the presidency. And United States, who support Juan Orlando Hernandez for 13 years, because he was twice president, but he was support before from the United States, was making the job to have the country in the moment that we have now. My concern, because I know I have just 2 minutes, and there's a lot of things that we can say about this. My concern is we're still trying to solve a problem in a different language, because the Garifuna community, as the indigenous community, is never going to see other person as something different or something material that we can get any benefit. Thank you. We're going to see other people, as us. So we're still involved in a problem that we don't know how to solve. That's why we need the people who live in the United States, who born in the United States, who understand United States to help solve that part of the problem. We're going to continue fighting for our life, fighting for our communities. But we need you as part of our community, not as part of the United States community, as part of the world community, to fight together. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. We heard from Yesenia first how the government of the United States publicly presents a project. Then we heard from Carla what in the reality it's happening. What is the other plan? What's the other alliance for prosperity, right? Which is intentionally pushing people out of their communities, taking their resources while forcing them to work in a legal limbo in the United States. Let's welcome our last panelist. Please, warm applause for Gustavo Torres, please. Gustavo Torres, Executive Director at CASA, the largest Latino and immigrant organization in the Mid-Atlantic. Gustavo came to the U.S. due to the political and economic unrest in his country of origin, Colombia. He joined CASA staff as a community organizer and became the executive director in 1994. And under his leadership, CASA has grown from a small service organization to an organization of staff nearly of 150 people and a membership of over 97,000 people, which operates in multiple states. It's an honor to have you here with us, Gustavo. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, why? Okay, let me see if I can summarize. Let me stand and
yes.
Buenas tardes. And thank you very much. I just want to share with you our vision and to see if we can, because what I understand that we are here is to try to find the best potential U.S. policy for Latin America. So what I'm going to share with you today is some ideas that we have, to brainstorm with you, and we need you to be able to make sure that we are going to accomplish that. First of all, I want to invite all of you, May 1st, International Workers' Day. We are going to have a rally in support of the immigrant community in front of the White House. Please join us. Please join us at noon. It's so very important. The only way how we are going to accomplish whatever I'm going to share with you is because we need to be united. It's the only way how we are going to accomplish that. So please join us one more time, International Worker Day, noon in front of the White House. And let me tell you what we believe. We believe that immigration policies must be grounded in racial, economic, and gender equity and justice. That's simple. The U.S. policy right now is racist. We know that. So we are proposing to address this issue with 5 different freedoms to the U.S. government, to you, and to all of us to make sure that we fight for those freedoms. And let me tell you very quickly about the 5 freedoms that we believe that are very important to change the U.S. policy related with immigration, to make sure that we have a different perspective and different world Because what you see right over here and what our sister shared is totally unacceptable. That is what we face all the time. We have 140,000 members, mostly in the Washington metro area, but also all around the country. And they face the same challenges that you heard from our sisters. So we are proposing five freedoms. And let me start it with the first one. The first one is the freedom to transform. Let me describe to you what happened and how our community have been punished. When one of our members commit any crime, they don't qualify for anything in terms of immigration. Nothing, zero, because you are criminal forever, even that you paid for what you did. So we believe that people can transform, and we believe that people have the right to a second chance. We believe that when people pay whatever they did, they have the opportunity to receive any immigration policy assistance. Because right now they don't have any opportunities at all. So that is the first one. The second one, the second freedom, is that we believe the freedom to stay in our countries if we want it. If we don't want to migrate, we want to stay in our countries because we love our countries. Actually, I'm here not because I want to be here. I'm here because the reality in my country, I'm from Colombia. So the freedom to stay is so very, very important. Number 3, freedom is the freedom to move. Yes, if you want to migrate from your country to here or to wherever you want to, you need to have this freedom. That is the minimum. I mean, remember, with all of these businesses, corporations, and all of that, they move to wherever they want, right? Why human beings cannot have the same freedom? So that is our number 3 one. And we want to have that conversation with all of you, but also with the US government. Because that is the way how we change that policies. Number 4, the freedom to work with dignity, with rights. Right now, people who are undocumented, you know what right they have? No rights. So they have the right to work with dignity, to unionize, to create co-ops, to do whatever they wanted. It's so very, very important. So that is number 4. And number 5, freedom to thrive, wherever you are, to create a dignity for you and your family and your community, to make sure that you have the right to water, clean water, food, to make sure that you have the opportunity to have a space for you to live with dignity. That is our 5 freedom and principles that I want to share with all of you, but also with the government, or the US government. And we believe that it's very important that we work together to accomplish that. Because yes, we know that the system is broke. Yes, we know that we need comprehensive immigration reform now for the 11 million people who are undocumented in this country. We believe that it's very important to recognize that the immigration system is broke and is racist. We know that. But we need to find solutions to address that. And together we can find solutions. We need to work together to make sure that we not only convince but force the US to change those policies, because those policies are totally unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, 3 amazing warriors here at the table, sharing their thoughts, ideas, their reflections, and inspiring us to get up and fight. I don't know how we did it, but we did it. It's 4:52, and we're gonna get ready for the closing remarks from our very 3 special leaders. I don't think we're gonna have a break. We're gonna go straight into it, right? Yes. Okay, we're gonna go straight into it. And let me just close by saying that in the face of 200 years of Monroe Doctrine, it is up to us, the people in the region, to change that reality. The change is not going to come because one day President Biden wakes up and says, I think this is not working. I received sufficient evidence that the Monroe Doctrine is hurting people. That's not where things are going to change. It's going to come out of our hands, our thoughts, our coming together, resisting, building communities, building solidarity, and staying away from collaborating with any of this perverted expressions of oppression, of contemporary oppression. Hundreds of people, including this in this forum, are coming together across the region to say enough is enough. Learn more about next steps on Code Pink, learn more about the Peace Summit, and more upcoming efforts. Next year, Mexico and the US will have presidential elections, both countries, and it's a unique opportunity to speak with one voice. It's now or never. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great job, Marco. Great panel. Thank you all for being here. And now we are going to have our closing remarks from two wonderful women. And we're going to start with our sister Claudia de la Cruz, who is the co-executive director of the People's Forum. Has anybody here been to the People's Forum in New York City? It is amazing. It is our People's Forum, and it's such a great model. She was born in the South Bronx to immigrant parents from the Dominican Republic. She is a popular educator, community organizer, and theologian. Wow. For 20 years, she's been committed to movement building and has actively participated in collective grassroots spaces, particularly in the communities of Washington Heights and South Bronx. So let's give it up for Claudia de la Cruz.
Well, while folks figure out the slide situation, I do want to thank, and I always do, thank the Bolivarian Revolution for its commitment to the South Bronx. It did very much the same thing that they did for the indigenous nations, the tribes that Comrade Nick Estes was talking about. And we had the pleasure of receiving our Comandante Chavez there in 2005. And so just want to extend my gratitude to the Venezuelan people, because it is their effort that allowed us to be able to have heat in the winters. This has been an amazing event. I want to thank the organizers. Shout out to Code Pink. I have the privilege of being a board member, and I'm very honored and privileged to be part of that collective of warriors. Everything that has been touched on by the amazing list of panelists who have presented today brings to mind the words of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. He spoke these words in 1967 in one of his most important speeches, speech that is barely ever kind of taught to us in school, and is the Beyond Vietnam speech, when he told us that the United States of America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. This country was built on slavery, hostility, dominance, violence, rape, coups, military interventions, dictatorships, unilateral coercive measures or sanctions, blockades. It has been built on the dismemberment of humanity and the planet. That is the foundation of the United States of America. And I refuse to call the United States of America, America, because America is a goddamn continent. I think it's important to raise that the globalization of poverty, misery, suffering, the blood and tears, the underdevelopment of the global South has been the down payment for U.S. imperialism. As the presenters shared in the panel on economy, the economic base, the capitalist system, is a predatory one. Its very nature is to pillage, to extract, to violate. So as we leave this forum, we must be clear that in order to bury 200 years of the Monroe Doctrine, we need to dismantle the very system that has produced and maintained it. And it is good for us to be in solidarity with our comrades all over the world. It is good for us to build international projects. But you know what would be better? Do you know what would be better? What? For the US to take the responsibility of building its own revolution. US imperialism, the global manifestation of US capitalism, is a cancer. It is the most dangerous pandemic to have plagued the planet, one that must be fought and destroyed if we are to save humanity. That is what is at stake. Capitalism needs to use force to sustain itself, and it also needs to spread fears, to lie, and to manipulate. Amongst the many lies that we've been sold, not only in this country but around the world, is that it is easier for the end of the world to arrive than for capitalism to end. And that is the biggest lie that capitalism has sold to us. It has told us that capitalism is eternal, this is the way things are, that at best, all we can do is reform capitalism. We have been told that imperialism cannot be defeated, and that it is only through imperialist wars and interventions that we gain security and stability. The ruling class has consistently worked to terrorize and lie to us into submission and sink us into hopelessness. And all we need to do is look into history to find out that it is possible to bring down empires. All empires in history have fallen, but they do not fall on their own volition. They do not fall because they grow a consciousness. They do not grow a consciousness. If we have been listening, we know that the US imperialism has no morals, has no ethics, has no consciousness. Empires fall when the masses of the majority of people, the poor and working class, grow a conscience. When we see ourselves and live in the future, connected to the lives and the future of our sisters and brothers, those who fight imperialism every day, those living in Cuba under a blockade for over 60 years, and building its revolution. Those living in Venezuela, resisting attacks since the conception of its revolution, and deepening its revolution with people's democracy. Fidel Castro said, and I will raise his name wherever I go. Fidel Castro said, there is very little that those who have changed humanity can teach us. Only those who have broken their chains can teach us. We need to look not into Latin America and the Caribbean as a charity case, as something that we just need to give to. People have resisted for 200 years and beyond. People have learned to live and exist with dignity. That is more than the people from the United States can say. We have a lot to learn from Latin America, the Caribbean, and the global South. The Haitian people have had to pay for being the first free black nation in this hemisphere. Very few people remember Haiti. We must remember Haiti. So when we talk about burying 200 years of the Monroe Doctrine, let us remember our responsibility as people living in the belly of the beast. We are the ones to dismantle this monster. We are the ones to bury the corpse of imperialism, because it will not die from age. It will reproduce itself If we go back to history, we know the levels of crises that capitalism and imperialism have faced. And they always find a way to recreate themselves. The latest project was the neoliberalist project. We are in the crossroads of history. At this very moment, we are in the crossroads of history. There is a geopolitical fight that's being fought. And it is up to us, the people in the United States of America, those of us who are part of the 160 million people who are living in poverty or below the poverty line, to grow a consciousness. Do you know what that consciousness is? My dear friend Marx called it a class consciousness, where we understand ourselves as part of the international community of working class people, where we are able to understand that we have way more in relationship to the global South working class than we do to the government that does not represent us. When we're able to accept that, and we can convincingly share that with others, we are very, very much few steps ahead to be able to build the change that needs to be changed here. We cannot be part of the lie and tell people that there's any reform that could be made within a capitalist system that'll actually take us where we need to go. So if we wanna bury this death machine, we gotta study this dead machine. But we must learn from those who have broken their chains. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Claudia. Learn from those who have broken their chains. And one of the really beautiful things that we have done here today is weaving in and out and recognizing the connection between our indigenous sisters and brothers throughout the Americas, including here in the United States. And that's why I'm really pleased to introduce Judy Talagon, who is a Chumash and Filipina land protector from the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. She is the daughter of farm workers and immigrant leaders who grew up among Mexican and Filipino communities in California. She is a longtime activist. I knew her when she took part in shutting down of the quincentennial celebration of the myth of discovery of Christopher Columbus. And she is an organizer with California Indians for Cultural and Environmental Protection. Her work is based on very clear principles, creating a culture of resistance, standing in solidarity with activists from the entire hemisphere and the world, and building up women-led, indigenous, land-back movements next to and in solidarity with Black, AAPI, and Latinx communities. So thank you so much, Judy, for being with us.
Thank you for welcoming me so lovingly. I have allergies, so I'm struggling. Yes, I will. So, the question is, what is next? Yeah? And so I want to say that I have the beautiful blessing at this time to participate and find the glory of this event in community, that we see each other, we know each other as a collective, as a human collective, in struggle and finding our indoctrination, locating it, and healing. Yeah? So I am in collaboration now to the what is next, and that is 30 research scholars from out of Berkeley, California, out of UC Berkeley, with Professor Moreno and the Latinx Resource Center. And our curricula is greatly based and framed on abolition. And we are going to reintroduce new characterizations to abuse. But what really brought me back to this, and I think that a lot of us are returning with great, energy to what is next. What really brought me back is Nick Estes and the collective that authored the Red Deal. And that very action. Yes, thank you, yes. Melanie Yazzie, I think upwards to over 10 contributors, okay? So that in of itself is an example of what we need to do in the North. Re-educate, recapture our memory, our collective memory as the collective. So one of the things that we've done, I'm going to be very sort of join you into participation today. Do you have a pledge card on you? And if you have, yes. Okay. So in the meanwhile, while they're pledging, I'm going to tell that story. So every Friday, we're getting ready to host a People's Tribunal, greatly influenced by the work that we did in '92, because we hosted a People's Tribunal holding the United States on trial for crimes against humanity. Greatly to do with the agenda today. What grew out of today, I will just assert that now with my Dramamine, is that I was able to pencil in a date in February with Nicaragua, okay, to get our scholarship in line with what they're about to do down there, with the return of land to the African indigenous communities, the matriarchy, and we are doing that here, rematriating land. Why not begin to expand that knowledge and that experience in the North? That is the driving theme, is that we need to really educate the North. We have no participation in the oppression in the South. Our participation is as indoctrinated, U.S. citizens or residents of this particular North. Again, it was the border violence that brought me forth, and witnessing at the border and knowing that the wildfire that can be created by us who reside in the North, who are tribally associated, who have that quote unquote, all of these sort of important things to Americans, recognition, federal, status, enrollment, but the blood quantum, those things have never been of any real true consequence to us because we're still here. And if they had, we would have joined, certain extermination. So let's get that card. Here we go. I would love to hear us read this together, starting with I will do pledge card, and then let's say, there you go. Pledge to resist imperialist policies, to undermine peace in America, knowing that injustices continue to be perpetuated. I commit to organizing people power in order to stop militarization, extraction, forms of colonial domination.
In so doing, I pledge to create inclusive forms of solidarity towards our common goal of peace in the hemisphere.
Thank you so much. And as we wrap up here, I want to bring forward two women who've been working nonstop for a long time now. Where is Michelle Elder and Samantha Weary? Samantha, come up front. And Olivia, you should come up too.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for everyone who has stayed throughout this whole day. It's been such an amazing experience to be here sharing with all of you and to be learning from so many great thinkers who joined us today. And I just want to recognize the work that, not just me and Michelle put into this forum, but all the endorsing organizations, the steering committee, Greg, Oscar. There are so many amazing people that have contributed to making this policy forum what it is and what it has become. So yeah, and of course Michelle has done such an amazing work. She created the website and just all the little details and everything. And of course Angela and Fred, who also created the program and brought so many amazing ideas to the floor and made it so that it would be a more inclusive forum. So I just want to give a special shout out to everyone who
And these wonderful women have an idea that this is the beginning of other types of gatherings like this. And since this was done in such a communal way, we are looking for other organizations that will come forward and say, we want to do something, whether it's bringing in all these issues or more specific, and then we want to all get behind that group and work with them, and it could be anywhere in this country. So we look forward to talking to you about the next forum and the next forum so that we keep going on. And of course, there's many, many other ways that we want to keep working together. We want to make sure that we have a way to work with each of the groups in their what they're working on. And just to even recognize that today there's people who are at a protest around Bukele in El Salvador. Yeah. There's our wonderful sisters who have been working for freedom for Pedro Castillo in Peru and for back to constitutional rule. We have fabulous people who have been working to get Cuba off the state-sponsored terrorism list. We have people who want to free Alex Saab and get the sanctions on Venezuela lifted and the $3 billion that belongs to the Venezuelan people back to the Venezuelan people that's being held, stolen from them. We've talked about so many wonderful issues. We also want to make sure you know that when you talk about the Americas, you have to talk about culture, because there's so much inspiring, wonderful culture throughout the Americas. And that's why it's important that we gather together this evening at Busboys and Poets to hear from our cultural artists. And that is at the 14th and B, Busboys and Poets, this evening, starting at 7 p.m.
Go from here.
We're going to go from here. And we also want to recognize that while we've been learning from these great panelists and speakers, we've also been watching the beautiful art that's been created by our friend Lulo here. So stand up, Lulo, so we can recognize you. And please don't leave without taking a look at this wonderful artistic rendition of what we've been talking about today. Yes. Decolonize. It's even got the Malvinas in there for anybody who... So we've got, we also want to say that there is a rally for Julian Assange that's happening on World Press Freedom Day. That's on Wednesday, May 3rd, 12 to 2 at the Department of Justice, and we'll march to the National Press Club. And of course, there is the event happening this evening of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. If anyone wants to go by there and join the people who will be blockading outside, calling for real movement on the climate crisis.
Thank you.
So we've had a wonderful, wonderful time together today. And I've heard people mention twice already how under Hugo Chavez, there were these programs that brought not only heating oil, but really solidarity, north-south, south-north. And so I want to end just by remembering a time that I was in Venezuela when Hugo Chavez was addressing this mass auditorium of people, and he got them all fired up against the empire. Some of you might remember when he went to the United Nations and he talked about George Bush smelling like sulfur. He was the devil. So he was talking about George Bush and the devil and those devils up in the north. And here we were, a group of people from the north that were sitting right there, and we started feeling like, oh, you know, let's kind of be invisible here. And he points to us. And he says, but here are the people of Martin Luther King. And when we liberate ourselves from this empire, from the south, that we're going to fight to liberate ourselves, and we are working together with the people in the north who are trying to liberate themselves, we will be liberated in the global south, and we will liberate the people of Martin Luther King. So get up, and he acknowledged all of us, and we all had a great clap to understand that this liberation is coming up from the south, but it's boiling inside the empire right here in the entrañas del imperio in Washington, D.C. So we have so much global solidarity. I've been working on Ukraine, and every time I get really depressed about the war, I start reading about Latin America. So it's inspiring, it's wonderful. We know a lot of you have roots in Latin America, and we thank you so much for carrying those roots here with you today. And as we move forward, let us move forward. Giving donations. Because this took a lot of money to put on. We will have donation baskets as you leave, or up here as well, if you can put something into there. And we would like your photos. Oh, a group photo. And we have one more important person to thank here. Don't move, Tigberry. We want to thank Tig for all the work in putting the logistics of this together for the last few days, working so hard. And we're going to do, where are we going to do the group photo? Yeah. So we're going to do a group photo here, right over here. And we're going to organize this with the tall people in the back, so we know that that includes Nick Estes and Greg and Leo, tall people in the back, shorter ones in front. But let's give one more applause to everybody who worked so hard to make this day possible. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Ni un paso atrás. Venceremos. Venceremos, pero varios pasos adelante.